John, can you hear me? I had to start a new stream.
I can hear you. I will. I am on the new stream. No, I'm not. I am not. That is an old one.
Alright.
Oh boy, Bob, this is not gonna feel good. Get long. Get long. Come on. Be nice, just once. You're not gonna be nice, I can see it now.
Okay, I got it fading in and out correctly now.
Okay, let me see if I can't figure out a way to get over to your stream. Okay, perfect. All right, so sorry, folks, technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm trying to work my way out of a bad trade here, obviously. That did not pay off. That was a rough one. Alright. It's going to kick me out and then run back to where I wanted it to go.
Alright, so I guess for future reference, I'm going to restart everything before we go. Restart Ninja, restart Algobox, restart OBS.
Harmonic and yep. On the 3.
Just can't assume anymore that it's just going to hold it, because that was... I knew something was wrong when I couldn't fade in and out of your screen.
I'll just peel that off now.
It looks like you're green.
No, I am not green. I am way down in the night at this point. And yes, I'm pulling my stop back on this one because I will be adding in short. Actually, I should just close it. I will add in short here in a second. As soon as I get back to this cipher anything, we are
you got out of that one just in time.
Yep.
ABC, always be closing.
Yeah, there was no point in not. If I was anticipating it.
If you're anticipating a pullback and you're in the green, take your profit and wait for a better opportunity.
And pullback, right? Yeah, this, I will not lie. Today was a rough one. Today I traded with my elbows.
I got to sneak in 2 trades around 9:45 this morning, and I finished up 500 for the day.
There you go. I was down 500 before I got started.
Okay.
Yeah, I finished down 1,700 today. That was an accomplishment, actually. It was quite it was the story of every time I try to load the boat and get heavy. It happens every time I do it. I don't even know why I bothered. I'm the best singles hitter in baseball. I'm the worst guy at trying to reach for an extra base.
There you go. No, I get it.
Just pull this up just so people can see it. For those.
Man, I wish I
Yeah,
could get
I
your
have-
screen clearer, but I cannot do it.
Just interesting points. These guys here, way on a price, but more importantly right now, these at 255. Would not shock me at all to go visit that.
Yeah, Jesse, I'm sitting here on my hands. The only opportunities are short.
We just took out value area low, didn't we? No, we missed it by... Yeah, we did. We took it out.
Took out what?
Value area low.
Oh, okay.
We've taken out the point of control and value area low from today.
Yes.
Not NQ on the 9.
I mean, we're already 60 points, so I wouldn't
Lower
expect much
band
more.
touch NQ on the 41.
And you definitely had price rejection south of this area. So if we get down to 255, matter of fact, I will go ahead and put something in down here to get long. Saying that, I don't know if that's the wisest idea, but we definitely rejected in Asia. I don't know if it'll reject as strongly. Wait for the completion. But I definitely yeah, so I Jesse, you were asking, you were saying, you know, I went against the channel. I did. I went against the channel just because it fit my criteria for a harmonic play there. And admittedly, I'm probably still a little wound up from the day, to say the least. How are we doing? Nightbot, we need a couch and a psychiatrist, please.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm the only. I literally. So I had great success. That's how I got back to where I was this afternoon. I played harmonics in the direction of the 9 and 3 channels this afternoon with really good success.
Based on what I'm seeing on the 9s, John, I'm seeing a lot of liquidity up at 20,140. And then volume level 2 is 20,110.
Yeah.
The 41s are down in the Bollinger Bands. The 89.
Don't think the 41s are the optimized range. Let me
Okay.
I don't know what the optimized range is. I did not, like I said,
Well, that's what it was last week. I don't know what it is this week, so I'll switch back to the 24s.
I'm opening right now. Just give me a sec. I'll find it.
All right.
Premium chat. Where are we at? Oh, I used to post it there. I don't know if it's posted there anymore. Okay, today. Here we go. NQ44.
All right, going to 44 range. Roger that. So we are definitely down in the Bollinger Bands. And I don't have any harmonics building that I see. The 89s look a little plain. Looks like we got a ways to go to get to the low of the day at 13. Hearing sellers on ES.
I will not lie. I'm super interested. If you look on the 89s, that harmonic on the 89s is it's gonna tease me a little bit.
Yeah, I know. It's got a decent T1. I mean, any target on the 89s is going to have a decent target. So if we can get down to 60, that'll pull us back into the Bollinger Bands. Take that cipher, and T1 will be 84. So that'll be 24 points.
Lower bands touch
Damn near 100 ticks, right?
Yeah. The only thing is, if it breaks the cipher, you can
Count on it coming on back down to volume to the support bar at what appears to be about 28.50, 28 and a half.
Yeah, I'll front run it to 2031, something like that. I will definitely, if it breaks that harmonic, I will definitely get short hard.
Well, at these speeds, John, we should be there by, I don't know, about 11 o'clock.
What are you talking about? It's moving just fine, Bob.
Just a little sarcasm, that's all, man. Just a little sarcasm.
It's no. It's saving me from myself right now. I'm just waiting for an entry short. I would love to see some sort of Flowmaster event through here.
Boy, I hate the fact that OBS crashed. We had 7 or 8 viewers at the time, and I've been struggling tonight. I've been struggling technically. I gotta get back into this a little earlier. I gotta make sure I reboot everything, get everything up and running. Fresh, not continuation.
Well, I think once we add this second machine into it to do all the OBS work, instead of making your trade station rely on it for the OBS piece,
Yeah.
I think that'll help tremendously. You have no idea how hard I want to jump in this long.
I hear you. Believe me, I get it, man. Oh.
I mean, on the 9s, we've got that ready up
Divergence
there.
up NQ on the 9.
It would be against all common sense to do it. I mean, we broke the harmonic structure long. There. Yeah, we're going to go against every rule in the book.
Man, that's right up your alley.
I mean, it was so funny this morning because I'm like, oh, this is set up perfectly short. I'm the only guy who can bust a big trade on a move down like that when I'm trading in the direction of that move.
Oh, jeez.
Just poor entry mechanics. So can't get short here. I broke the top of that harmonic. So technically that would be my entry long.
Oh, the Gartley? You got a crab coming up at the top of the channel. I've still got everything red here.
It's outside of the channel though, so I will leave this alone.
Okay, so I guess it's a question for Jesse. To me, that crab is inside the nines. No, it's inside my channel. It's inside my AB3 channels.
Lower bands touch NQ on the
It's not
44.
inside of mine. What is your period on the AB3 channel?
I'm afraid to go check.
Mine is 300. Jesse, what's the...
I think I'm at 350 on that.
Vinny's around. Vinny. Howdy, sir. Broke the top of that harmonic as well, so that crab is dead as well.
All right. John, I froze up. I'm going to switch.
No.
Yeah, I froze up trying to check the indicator on that. So I'm going to switch.
Ninja Trader or your OBS?
No, Ninja Trader.
All right, well, just leave me on the screen. I'm good with that.
I got you. All right, I'm going to reboot everything and
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Is this me on the screen? This has got to be... I'm seeing your screen on the screen, not mine.
You need to refresh.
Okay.
I'm definitely seeing you on the screen.
Okay, yep. We're good. Boy, that is fuzzy.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to get back in.
I want to go short, but I broke that harmonic. I probably should have gone anyway. So still just waiting based on the rules of the game here. Sure, Jesse will correct me in that. I should have taken that short. Captain Price is in the house.
All right.
Yeah. Definitely would have gotten the 26 ticks there, that's for sure. Off of the ready up. Yeah, Jesse, I resemble that remark today. I'll admit, I took one and just trashed it just because today. After spending $33, I felt better.
There you go.
Fight, fight, fight.
You know,
Love it.
$33 is cheaper than a therapist.
It was.
All right. While this thing is going, John, I'm gonna go freshen up my my refreshments, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, go top off the caffeine holder.
That's right. You got the helm, brother.
We got it.
And everybody, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you can show a little support, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we've had a couple good nights, so I invite you to go back and look at some of the videos from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Some great content that was produced there. Doing some back testing on Friday and Saturday, and then obviously trading last night. Some decent trading that happened on the Asian market last night. I need to try to see. Ooh, we did crack the dot on the 9s. Just noticing that. Ideally, I'm looking over here. This is what my eyes are fixed on the 89 range. I'm begging for that cipher to hit. That is where I will get my revenge on the market. I pray. Cool. Exciting night. So how did everybody finish up today? Am I the only one that took it on the chin?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 41.
Plus 7K sim money, took 20 lot longs on PLTR. And then exited. 7K sim money. It's a good day. Are you working on upsizing your positions there, Captain? I need to work on downsizing mine. We'll see Bob's charts back here in a few as he gets NinjaTrader restarted and refired. We also recognize the charts are blurry. It's not a good visual experience at this point. Starting to kind of get that look like we might roll over a little bit.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
We'll push back down just a little bit. So fire that off. Uh, 42. There we go. There we go. Quick 20 tick target. We'll take it. See if we can get any play. Kind of stalled out. Kind of just down here in a nice little accumulation zone. Tight little range. I'd like to see it either flush or just get long and get out of here. Any movement would be preferred. I don't care which direction. Today was maybe a trap for tomorrow down more. Perhaps. I guess we shall see on that, Captain. Who knows? If I knew that, I would go ahead and stage the orders now. Perhaps maybe somebody would call Trump and see what he kind of had in mind. I think one of the questions is what happens to the Fed members in a potential new administration. That pretty much falls in line with if we knew what that was, then obviously we would be we could go ahead and position ourselves for that trade now.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Let's see what we have. ESPN.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
See if there are any plays on here tonight. See if I can. NFL tonight. Tonight's just a single game. You get Chiefs Bucks. 9-point spread. Chiefs are 9-point favorites at home. Over under 45.5. Pretty sure someone's streaming it at 360p. No, actually it comes across, and it has to do with the rendering, Captain. So we're using WebEx to share, and it comes across in complete HD, 4K HD. It has something to do with the way it's being rendered out of OBS, because it is crystal clear across other mediums. So it has to do with the way it's being rendered out of Bob's machine there. And well, unfortunately, I can't control that. Not that I would know how to control that, the way that's being rendered. We'll see if we can't improve that as soon as Bob gets back to his station there. All right, we had a harmonic on the 3s that broke. I'm gonna shift gears real quick and see if maybe there's more that can be seen if I go to a little bit smaller time frame, whether that be 2s, 1s. Because this is admittedly, even for me, this is getting a bit outrageous. 2, 3. Extend the channel regulator on the 2s just a little bit, and that's not good. Let's just close that window up and pretend that never happened. We'll see this. Well, looks like we've had 2 enigmas tonight. We're 1 for 2 on those guys. Not taking another one yet. With a break of structure. Somewhat concerned here. Like, set it to 4K, 6K on output video. Yeah. What's funny is Bob's chart streamed through just fine. This is just because I'm streaming to him and then he's rendering. For whatever reason tonight. We had it dialed in on Friday night. Probably need to go back and look at that stream again to figure out how we fixed it.
Okay, John, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Yeah, Bob, it's
You there,
I'm not,
John?
Yeah, I'm still here. Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so Captain's saying that he can't see the screens.
I'll switch back to.
I don't know if we could.
Well,
the other thing is can we potentially try to tune it real fast to see if we can't make it go a little bit better.
the only way to tune it is to stop the stream and start it again.
Nope, don't want to do that.
All right, because I cannot change it in midstream. So I'm at
You can't change the way that that window gets captured.
I'm sorry?
How are you capturing that window?
I am capturing that window through a window capture on OBS.
Yeah, so it is a window capture, okay.
Yeah. On output video, he goes to 4K to 6K. Is that what he's saying? So right now on our aspect ratio, we're 16 to 9, 3840 by 2160 at 30 frames per second.
Yep, which is fine.
It's just not cutting it for you coming through, Captain, in settings on output. All right, let me go to settings on output. On encoding setups. All right. Okay, so I see encoder settings. I see bitrate at 2500K. You know what? Can you guys see my screen? Captain
Yeah,
Price?
I can see you.
Okay. I don't think it's going to let me. Will it let me do this? So increase it to what? Alright, I'm bumping it to 4K. Let's start there. 4K should be fine. Okay. Do you see anything else on this screen that I can change? He never tried live. So it's not letting me affect the streaming settings. Okay, so well, that's me. It's me now. All right, so John, I'm gonna switch back over to you and see if that's any better on the stream.
No, it's not.
All right, well,
It looks like we're looking at my stuff through like a hazy.
yeah. So we got two options: deal with it as it is right now, or actually we got three. We can keep mine up.
We just keep yours up.
All right.
There's no point. We've got people in the room.
Okay.
There's a trade that happens. Well, nobody really wants to see me.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Oh, I have no problem with that. Yeah, we'll figure it out later. But hey, Captain Price, thank you for the help there. I really have not gone into the output and modified anything. It was set at the default settings. So I'll give that a shot. Oh, there's a Gartley. I missed that one.
I will not lie. My no, I have to restart everything.
Okay, I lost your input. I lost your feed, John.
Yeah, you have to wait.
Okay.
But you shouldn't have lost my feed. You just lost the view of that screen.
Yeah. No, I see your computer.
Yep.
Good thing people like to see a train wreck, man.
I am one in slow motion tonight.
By the way, your sister says hello.
Nice.
Did I see Vinny pop in a little while ago?
You did. I'm gonna be forced to restart, I think, here, buddy.
Okay.
I am in a spiral.
You're in a death spiral? Okay. We're good. We got this. I just noticed that we got a pink fid dot at the top of the AB9 channel on the MACD.
Let's see, that might have actually gotten it. We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
Hey, Captain, is my screen sharp?
Okay. All right, we're all right.
All right. Oh, that's good. You don't have to reboot.
I do not.
Okay.
That was not looking good there for a second. Hold on.
So what's funny is, John, I can see your screen crystal clear.
Oh no, yeah, I'm looking at it on my laptop. So the way I'm set up is I actually have my laptop is my MacBook Pro is my communication station here. I can also see in the WebEx, so I can see it across when I'm streaming.
Harmonic
And it is crystal clear on a 16-inch MacBook. And then obviously my trade station is not a 16-inch MacBook Pro.
Yeah. All right, I just got a cipher at the top of my channel.
Although
a red cipher.
I need to
I'm gonna take
Order
it short.
filled.
I'm gonna take. No, I actually took it long. That's interesting.
Order filled.
So I'm gonna take my profit.
so that's pure as he crossed, right?
Yeah.
What would Jesse do? He would have taken that. Right?
Taking it long?
Short.
Yeah, he would have taken it short.
So would I. That's what I'm gonna do before every trade now. What would Jesse do?
Oh, I hear you. Oh, that cipher would have paid off. But he doesn't short, John. Just remember that. Oh, there he goes. I don't short. But it would have been a good short. It would have been a great short.
I'm gonna just take my $200. I know I should have let the ATM do its thing, but I need my $200 now.
I hear you.
Based on the math, rough math, I need about 12 more of those trades to break even tonight.
There you go.
That's pretty funny, actually. And it looks like I took my profit at the right time, potentially.
Yeah.
But I will say it's definitely look out below.
So I see you took that, but it had a break of structure, right? And you still, so you gave it the 2-try rule?
I did not. I took it based on Audiobox and
Okay.
the way I looked at it as it would have. So I entered it late, obviously, but I had Audiobox Confluence, and you would have been in that trade with Jesse's ATM, regardless.
That's right.
So I got a little bit aggressive in taking that trade, knowing that it was a breaker structure. But that's also why I didn't sit there and let that whole ATM just play out.
Right.
But I had Audiobox just thump, 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 thump. And it's gonna hit. Actually, it would have hit its 26 ticks. But I took my $200 and went home.
No, I get it, man. I get it.
I'm content to take that play right now, though. And that was let's see what else we have. 250, 210. So I will share this window. Bob, see, you can see it. Well, I guess you already have this. So.
It's no longer the harmonic play. In this case, it was a bounce off the channel, right? Yeah, it was a bounce off the channel, for sure. Play back to the middle of the channel zone. Yep. Absolutely. And it worked out well. John, what is that in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen? Of that chart that you're showing me now?
This here?
Yeah.
Continuous volume delta.
So that's the CVD?
It's the CVD.
Okay.
And I use CVD in tick charts as well.
Okay.
And all that's doing, what I'm really looking for there is trying to give myself indications, because I like to play reversals, right? I love reversals.
Right.
It's just
Sure.
it gives me an idea of potential exhaustion.
Okay.
So in the case of price going up, if the delta value is significantly less than the last time I was at a level, a price level, or at a high, it kind of tells me that you've exhausted the buyers in that move.
Gotcha.
That is the premise behind it. It is just like every other indicator, though. It is not 100%.
I gotcha. So why do you have two lines on there?
On up here?
On that graph. Below your liquidity chart. To the
On
left
the
of the
liquidity
CVD
chart?
symbol. Yeah.
That's because that has to do with whenever I reopened that application.
Okay.
It doesn't pull the history in.
Okay, because I only have one line. And I'm showing a negative 26. 28. Negative 30.
Yeah, this would be the bid-ask spread. That's all it normally represents.
Okay.
It's just it doesn't have any history for price.
I gotcha.
Whew. That was streaming a bit fast. But that gives me the thought that is coming.
All right, we got a touch of the Bollinger Bands on the nines. We're at the bottom of the bottom third of the red channel, and looking over at my nines, support and resistance are not far apart. Are we getting ready to break this north? The MACVU is indicating we're in a strong sell pattern. The 89s appear to be in a downward trend. So does the 41s. Or actually 41s. I changed. Oh, I had to reboot, didn't I? Okay, 44 range is what you said, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I need to update mine.
All right, I am this where I can actually see it a little bit better. And I need to save this as today's date. Yeah, hey Jesse, it depends, right? Absolutely.
So you're saying because I wanted to take that trade, it's not a valid excuse? Not a valid reason? It's my money.
That's right. You can take whatever trade you want, John.
I can blow it if I want.
You absolutely can. You do a great job of that. Oh, brother. All right.
A monkey could have beaten me today.
I'm looking at my volume profile charts now and trying to see where the... So we've jumped out the bottom of the box, which is a good indicator to me that we're going to be playing south for a while. So the bottom of my range is at 94. And we're currently at, what, 75 with a low of 71. So we've seen about 20 points. Is this the head fake down and then it's going to go long? Or is it just going to continue to go long? And I guess I'll show people what I'm talking about here. Let me bring that up. So, John, you can see...
If you check out the ES and the other not to be mentioned tool, 57.35.36. It's kind of next stop in the ES.
All right.
And then I just have a feeling 55 gets tested here soon.
On the NQ?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to add the ES as a tab on my volume profile. I don't disagree with you. I think it's going to be... I think everything is trending short tonight.
Here it comes marching towards 55.
Yep.
Any pullback, I am taking this short.
Man, you and I both. I just can't get it to pop back up. I've got no entry signal here.
Or any fly down the 55 with the right delta.
Okay, I've got something forming on the 44s, John.
That's cipher.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 44.
Order filled.
I'm going to try to catch a falling knife here. This may be the wrong
I already
thing to
did
do.
it.
You already did it?
I already did it. I'm gonna just try to take it back to the golden ropes. I have it with a ready up.
Okay, I'm going to move to break even. And if I can get a little bit more length here, I'm going to go ahead and...
Order filled.
I hit the wrong
I
button.
took my 100.
Son of a gun.
I took my 100.
Man. Oh, golly.
How are you playing that? Are you playing that off of, are you
Lower
clicking the
bands
mouse
touch
or are
NQ on
you
the
entering
44.
off of your buttons?
All right, so the way I
Are
was
you-
trying to play it before I hit the G6 instead of the control button. Oh my God. I had a great trade there. I had a great fish on and I lost it, John. So what I did was I was overextended on my NQ. I was liking the degree of separation. We had a red ready up at that moment, and I thought I could catch the falling knife, and I did. But I was trying to increase the size of the screen for the viewers to see it, and instead of hitting the control button, I hit the G6 button, which closed me out for a $10 profit. As opposed to getting 125, 130 bucks. And then we got the 15.3 Alpha Omega at the bottom of the channel on the support bars, and man, I couldn't have played that any worse, John. It's all about, I got to get used to these buttons.
Well, I mean, technically, you haven't gotten you didn't get the second push down.
No, I was just trying to catch the, I had an opportunity to catch a slight upward rotation. Hey, by the way, we got a red dot on the nines. Right next to that red
Correct.
dot. I think it's coming back south. There I go saying I think again. But I did not have a signal to go south. I had something that I like going along. Hey, it's my money.
So, harmonic pattern wise,
But look at the 44. She just hit that shark, right?
it's a cipher.
I'm sorry, the cipher. T1 on that cipher
84
is
is T1.
84.
84. Correct.
And I'm not totally convinced that we don't retrace to hit that. I notice on the 89s we're coming into a cipher. We have not taken that cipher.
I want to see. I mean, you never got a push down below that. You never got a second push down.
No. Didn't even get a retest of the 54.
Correct. That also tells me you're likely.
So
It will push through it next time.
my cumulative volume dial is saying negative 160. It's red. What is that telling me, John? How am I supposed to read that?
So, on your push down, like right now, your CVD is obviously it's going away from you. I'm looking at it from previous lows. So right now in the session, it's as low as it's been. So you're looking for, I would then be looking at it on the next low to see it would have to break or be even with this low.
Gotcha.
And then I'm looking at that CVD value to see where it's at. Early in the session, it's pretty useless. It's more helpful to me later in the session.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 44.
I'm hearing buyers, John.
Captain Price says he would be long for a retest of I'm assuming he's saying a 6750 test. $675 test, but it depends, whatever that means. Up to 75, which would be top of the channel, roughly. And I'm looking for a short at somewhere in the neighborhood of that. Can you increase this font on your charts so people can actually see the numbers?
Yeah, which chart are you talking about?
The Ripple chart and perhaps the MACD chart?
I would love to touch it. I'll try the Ripple. Every time I go to do something in the MACD chart, it crashes. But we'll give it a shot. John, how's that? Give it a couple of seconds to catch up there.
Now it's visible.
All right. Cross your fingers. I'm going over to the MACB.
If it's not, we can ensure that Captain can't see where my position is at by switching to my charts.
Yeah.
Then I can hide it, camouflage.
All right. That seemed to have worked.
I should have held that cipher. Changing an indicator?
You there?
Yeah.
Tempting fate. All right. I am. Can you see those better now?
I can. I'm full screen on the stream, and I can see just fine.
Now it's visible. All right. Cap, we got Captain's thumbs up there.
Yeah.
Eight people watching, 4 likes, still 130 subscribers.
Falling knife's not done yet. Something tells me.
What is up, Alighten? Hey man, how you doing? Glad you could join us tonight. We're hanging in there. I'm up a whopping $10 after a complete failure. Hey Johnny, what's happening? All right, we got 5 likes tonight. Five likes, 9 people watching. All right, let's go. It's a shit show. Okay. All right. Well, hang in there, brother. We got a long night ahead of us. I reloaded on caffeine a few minutes ago and probably going to go reload again. John, you doing okay now? Your screen, your chart's doing okay?
Mine are fine.
Okay.
Mine are fine. I wish my Ninja Trader would have locked up earlier today, like completely locked up, made me reinstall something like that.
Yeah.
That would have been helpful.
Hey, speaking of, did you install the update?
I did. I installed it Saturday night. I installed it an hour after it was released, and it's been completely stable since.
Okay, awesome. You go, Johnny. Get that office built.
What's taking so long? You want to talk to... A man of your talent is taking... I mean, this is entirely too long. We can't have that with the stream.
Oh.
Oh, he's finally getting... He's doing the finishing touches here.
Okay.
I will say for the limited backtesting I did this weekend, it seemed to... the bot stuff did fairly well.
Even on backtesting, it didn't hang up?
Did not have any hangups.
Okay. Alighten, make sure when you install that one to uninstall your old version first. I know that people say that you can just load the new one over that one, but then he recommends that you uninstall and reinstall. Alright, I got a Gartley and a Crab forming on the 3s. Still in that cipher on the 44s. Waiting for that cipher on the 89 to develop.
Enigma long on the NQ3.
Uh-oh. I got an Enigma.
Order
On
filled.
this
Enigma on.
I got Enigma on the threes. I'm gonna see what I can do here.
Short?
No long. I'm way out of position, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna tighten up my stops.
Don't mind it. I actually don't mind it because you are playing off of that cipher on the 44 range.
That's exactly right.
You're playing off the cipher on the 44 range. We did have a break of structure on the 9s, but we can forget about that one. And technically, you're playing off of the cipher on the 89 range as well.
That's right.
So,
I like it.
and
Hopefully I can get my 26 ticks out of it. If I don't like it, I might just, I'm going to tighten this up a little bit in case this thing comes back on me. There we go. We're up $100. Come on, push, baby, push. I'm going to move my stop up. I don't want to lose my profit. 115, maybe it'll grab it. We're coming into another PRZ. Let's go. Push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. No, 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 go the other way. Go the other way. Let's go. Come on, another good push. Another push up. As Captain Price says, give me another push up. No, it's gonna stop me out. But I'm in the profit, so
profit, right?
come on, let's go.
Boom. All right.
All right, $100, $90, 105, 110. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's push it. There we go.
Yeah,
There we go.
Johnny, I did not rebuild any of my workspaces. I probably should, just to be on the safe side. Bob, I think that 84 is actually a decent target.
It's on autopilot now, John. The trailing stop is kicked in, and I'm just going to let it go.
Exit.
I'm putting my up. It kicked me out, but hey, we're up. Now, you
There you
tell
go.
me how I made only $80 on that.
I don't know. The spread's only 3 ticks tonight.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see here. Control E. No, that didn't work. All right, so let's go to the data series. I want to see the stats on that one. Text and marker on the 3s. Okay, there we go. So I got an entry of 69.25, and I got an exit of 73 and a quarter. So 4 points, 16 ticks. But how is that possible, John? I've got a trailing stop of 6 ticks, and it engages at 26, and it had engaged. So I should have got out of there with 20 ticks. Don't know. That's weird. All right.
I don't know. Good trade, Bob.
Hey, it's green, right? It's green. Hey, Alighten, they got the credit card situation figured out, and I think they enabled Ninja Trader finally. Okay. So I'm using my funded futures, and I'm using Apex. Right now, I'm just trading an Apex account.
I do have one fast track account there, Leiden.
I'm hearing some negativity out there about having issues paying people. Have you heard anything?
So admittedly,
Have you heard anything?
if I blow this one, I will not be renewing it. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I do like Quant Tower, though. I will not lie.
I've heard
I
nothing but
love
great
Quant
things
Tower.
about Quant Tower.
I do like that platform. I think that's probably the one thing that me paying the 80 something bucks that I paid for my account. No, it's not expensive. You just have to use you can use two codes. One is FTT_45, and then you put in a second code of apology_tour. That ends up getting you like 55% off of their accounts. So for like a 25K account, it was like $81, which is actually less than like
Harmonic
Apex's
NQ on the
activation
3.
fee. For a 55K account, I think it ended up being 50, or in the 50K account, I think it is more expensive, but hey, you're straight to funding, so you're paying for avoiding that process. Yep.
Hey, Eric, the answer there is it depends. If I have some confluence on that Enigma, I'm going to take it. So what I'm looking at is, where is the MACV? How far is it extended? What have I got going on my wave and my tide charts? That one was not the perfect setup to take long. I took it because I'm in a cipher long on the 44s, and I'm very close to getting a cipher on the 89s. I was fairly stretched out on the 9s. So the short answer is it depends. We all know how powerful those Enigmas are. I just felt like I was in a good position. I think even John chimed in and said he did not hate that trade. So it did manage to hit target.
So
go ahead, John.
the reason why I don't hate that trade, look at your higher time frame there.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying.
Look at your wave. You're working off of a cipher long with a Bollinger Band touch in there. I don't mind it. The only thing I would say is we did break the structure on the MACV, because on my MACV, there was a shark on my MACV that broke. But in as far as the higher time frames, you had some indication that long was possible, even though the MACV might be strong sell or moderate sell. I think, though, Bob, your sizing was appropriate for the.
Yeah, I had.
And you played it very conservatively with your stop as well.
That's right.
So.
That's right. Hope that answers your question there, Eric. All right, John, we got 9 people in the room. We got 8 likes, still at 130 subscribers. I am happy, happy, happy.
All right. I've got double dot short.
On what?
Harmonic NQ on the 6.
Channel. Never mind. Straight has passed me by.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Got a shark on the 3s, but I don't have. Boy, I like that shark there. I do like that shark there, but I think I'm going to like the diamond a little bit better. This break structure there gets me back down in the bottom third. I'd like to see it closer to the blue support bar. We did break structure. We got a double diamond down below us. We are still strong selling the MACV.
Harmonic NQ on the 6.
I really would like to see this come back. I'd really like to see our channels reverse instead of trying to force a trade.
I should have played those double dots.
Short?
Short. Yes.
Where did you get the double dots?
On the threes.
How much data you got? How many days do you have?
That could be a problem. I bet I have 3 days worth of data right now.
I have 3 days a day to 2. I'm gonna go ahead and change that to 1.
But even with 1 day worth of data, I have the same double dots. So.
I'm changing it to 1 day.
I should as well.
I still don't have the double dots that you have, but that's cool.
You didn't pay for the upgrade?
What?
You didn't pay for the upgrade for that additional indicator, the double dot indicator?
Oh look, I'm on I'm on speed dial with Vinny. I got the secret sauce, dude.
Well, apparently not. Because I have extra double dots.
All I'm gonna say is I'm green, you're red, right?
Oh, what a dick. Fine. I'll FOMO into another one. Thank you.
Hey, look, you kicked my ass last night. It's not like I'm up a whole bunch. I think you got snapped off on a couple of trades that just went against you. I think you were in the right trade. I thought you were on the right side of those trades.
I was okay. I would take those trades again. Maybe not the add-ons that I took in a couple of them, or in that one, but it's the way it goes. Such is life. It fit my criteria for the trade. That's all I can say. If they were 100% perfect, Benny would have charged us a lot more money for Algobox than he did.
Amen, brother. Amen.
And we would all be willing to pay it as well.
That's right.
Yep. All right.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Oh, I'm liking that diamond, John. I can't tell a lie.
We broke.
Order filled.
This one's probably going to come back to haunt me. We got that shark right there as well. We did not break the structure on the shark.
Look to your left. Is it an area of prior support? I would say no.
Yeah, this one's going to snap me off, but call it boredom.
But that's my rules for it, personally.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Yeah, this one's coming back. Hey, I just want to give you a fair shot tonight. That's all.
Actually, I mean,
We've retested that 2050.
it is a good risk reward trade right now. I will say that. I mean, you're risking, if you enter in right now, you've got like a 4-tick stop, and your T1 would be like 40 tick.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
T1 at 2060.75.
All right.
It's a great risk reward trade if you
Harmonic
back it off.
NQ on the 6.
Come on, let's go. Let's hit 265. Let's go. Rip it up. Rip it up. I'm gonna move.
Yeah, I don't believe we're going to be deleting those indicators. Those indicators make money, so yeah, I think we'll keep those tonight. No, you actually broke the back of the harmonic on the. Oh, yeah, there's a shark on the.
I got a cipher on the
Yeah,
89s
if
as
you
well.
so Ty J, if you like a 4-tick stop and a 50-tick target, yeah, this trade's for you. So that's a harmonic pattern. So stop goes behind the box. Your T1 would be at 2060.75.
Come on, let's push it.
Yeah, so you'd have you risk 4 ticks for 40. I'll take that every day.
Exit.
Oh, it snapped me off, John.
Yeah,
I knew I should have taken that $85.
So I will say this: it's not over until it stops the back of the cross. It's all about how you size your trades. If it makes adequate gains and risk are only something that you can evaluate for yourself.
That's right.
What is adequate to you may not be adequate to me or Bob. That is only something that you can personally feel for yourself. So nice, but it does have edge. Harmonics are not unique to the Algobox system. They are unique in how they are graphically displayed here as part of the system that we trade. So Johnny, did that harmonics lesson from last night pay off?
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Oh.
So Ty, do you even know what's being traded here? Just curiously. So you're looking at the futures market right now. So we're trading the NQ, the front month contract for that being the December contract. So comparative to S&P returns, it's all going to be based on the risk reward that you put into play in your trades here. Your gains will be based upon the trades you take. There's no one that can tell you if it will be comparable to S&P returns. I can tell you we have users that make 5 figures per day. Actually, some guys have made 6 figures in a day.
Pip.NQ on the 6.
In a single trading session. There are also folks that lose.
Yeah, that would be me.
But it was a great risk to reward trade. Bob, you were a 10-to-1 trade there.
Oh no, I all right. Can you guys still hear me? John, can you hear me?
Yes, I
All
can
right.
hear you just fine.
Yeah, my headphones just finally snapped in half. I'm on a wing and a prayer. I leaned back and they just went flying, and all I heard was snap. I'm like, all right.
We need to go get Bob some duct tape.
Actually, I'm getting ready to go downstairs and get some. Try to
So we
hold
can
this
put
puppy
Humpty
together
Dumpty
for
back
one
together.
more night.
That's fantastic.
Jonathan and Emily are on their way back, so I don't want to go
Nice.
into his part of the house, and I know he's got it, but I know if I open that door and walk in, I'm going to be upset. So, you know how kids are, right? I hear you, Johnny. We still got that shark on the 9s. At the bottom of the Bollinger, we got a Bollinger Band touch. We got a support bar touch. We got a green shark. Looks like it has a decent target, John. 61. We got a blue dot
On what?
on the 3s. a light. I mean, Jesse wouldn't take
broke
this one.
you broke structure on the threes.
Yeah.
You broke structure on the threes, which means to me that the higher time frame harmonic plays are out of play at this point. Which also means there's reason to do this potentially. So I'm going to play the break of structure. A little riskier play here, but
I hear you. All right, so you're short.
I am short. But I had the break of structure on the 89s. I have the break of structure on the 44s. I have the break of structure on the 9s. I have the break of structure on the 6s, and I have the break of structure on the 3s.
Gotcha.
So I'm pretty comfortable taking on some decent risk here. And I will DCA into this short.
All right. Well, I'm trying to show you your screen there. I was trying to overlay yours, at least a portion of yours, on mine, but it just didn't work out right.
And I'm not saying I'm in a good spot in the channel on the 9s or a good spot on the channel on the 3s.
So you look pretty fuzzy. But I wanted to show people while you were trading, while you were in a trade.
Fib.NQ on the 6.
I should have waited for a pullback to enter, but I have no problem getting short here. And of course, naturally, we're going to get delta going in the other way at this point.
Hey, John, I'm going to run downstairs, check on the animals. I'll be right back.
Yep. This is just a quarter position at this point, too.
I'm starting to build into a long position on the micros.
I don't disagree with that at all. I am trying to justify my position short. The only thing I can say is this did not run away like I fully expected it to with the break of structure on the 89s.
And I guess I should say hi to everybody. I kind of snuck in.
Yeah, how rude.
Hi, everybody.
Jesse James, everyone. Jesse James, he's free from robbing banks for the day.
The outlaw trader in the house.
So Ty J, my question is, if you are a lifetime profitable trader, I just wouldn't want to be watching to learn from someone who isn't. From the day I've started trading futures, I am completely green from that journey. So yes. So I started trading futures with Algobox March of last year.
That's actually a really good question, and I appreciate the straightforwardness of that question, actually, because I think too many people don't ask that question of the people that are watching on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, there's good ones. There's obviously bad ones as well, right?
Yeah, Ty, I'll answer that question also, honestly. So if I don't know if you did this, John, but I'm gonna factor in the cost of Algobox, the cost of my computer, expenses,
Yes.
right? So, and I'll say prior to having Algobox, I was a break-even trader. So, as I've learned the system, that's increased. Like my win rate is about 88%, as I've talked about on here before, and I'm going for usually 20 to 30 ticks of profit on every trade, using that automated trail that you guys have seen on this stream. But anyhow, long story short, if I factor in the hardware, the software, everything I've purchased over the last year and a half, I am green. Not lifetime green though. Since Algobox, for sure I'm green. In fact, I got my biggest payout to date about a week and a half ago now from Apex. It was $16,000, and at the time I was trading 8 accounts, so it was $2,000 per account, 8 accounts. So that was a nice payout, and I couldn't do it without Algobox for sure.
Yeah, so my trading journey was different in that I used trading nat gas. Well, I traded Forex years ago, got out of Forex trading, which was not a profitable venture for me. If you never traded Forex, it's wild. It was fun. It was a good learning experience in trading. Traded
on the 3.
stocks, options, just
Pip.NQ on the 9.
and I was trading specifically prior to trading futures. I traded specifically one industry, and I actually day traded leveraged ETFs in nat gas and loved it. And that's what actually funded this venture. I was extremely profitable in the nat gas space until Bob, who's the other gentleman on the stream, well, not Jesse, but the other guy that's away, that's what funded my venture into the futures market. But in the future space, yes, I am. You take all the expenses of, I have multiple machines. I've got, just call it 160 inches of screen when you throw it all together, because I'm running multiple machines. All the software that I've bought, all the different software packages that I've bought in the last 18 months, all the different trials, if you account soft cost and time, probably not, because I've spent an inordinate amount of time doing testing around different strategies. But as far as hard cost, no doubt, significantly up from where I started.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 44.
That's great.
I will say though, then, if you look at just the cash from a prop firm basis, I'm significantly up. My cash account, no, I don't trade cash anymore. I got started. I didn't know about the prop firm world, so I started for $5,000 into an account. It's the quickest $13,000 I made, and it's also the quickest I ever lost $13,000.
Amen, brother. I think we've all been there too. I started with a cash account also, and I was trading stocks, and I used to watch a lot of Ross Cameron. In fact, I still get a lot of ideas from him. But I stopped trading stocks a long time ago. But I used a cash account, and I was a break-even trader. Some days up, some days down. It wasn't life-changing or anything like that. It was nowhere near as good as Ross. It's tough. It's really tough. So I stumbled across futures because I was trying to figure out how to avoid the super high taxes on the short-term gains of trading regular stocks. And then futures came my way. And then I started researching harmonic patterns and fell in love with the idea of trading those. And then that led me to Algobox because I think it's the only system out there that actually calculates all that stuff for you. I was trying to, I was visually trying to mark up my charts and stuff with my eyes, and it just wasn't working out very well. I'm not fast enough. So Algobox does that automatically. It's really, really powerful. But you've got to be looking at all the time frames, the bigger picture, in order to make the smaller time frame entries work out in your favor. So it took me quite a while to learn that. I was really focused on the smaller time frames and entering in. And also, admittedly, Vinny, the creator of the software, he on his live streams, he trades like big trades. And so I wanted to address what Order Flow said there. I bought Algobox in 2021, never made it to a payout, kept failing evals, wouldn't recommend buying it. So yeah, I kept failing evals in the beginning also, over and over and over. And that's frustrating for sure.
Absolutely.
NQ on the 3.
But what I learned when I finally learned to be watching the higher time frame charts, the 89s and the 41s or whatever the optimized range is for the week, I'm watching those first. And when the key is you got to wait for the market to do what you want it to do. So I was too busy forcing everything all the time and firing off trades on every signal that you get down on the 2s or the 3s. And that does not work out. So for me anyways, that doesn't work out. I was blowing evals also. But as soon as I learned the discipline of watching the bigger time frame, the bigger picture, waiting for it to get into that pattern that I can trade, and then shift my eyes over to the smaller time frame charts and wait for that signal to fire, that's when it was really changing the game for me. And no looking back. I highly recommend Algobox. For me and my family, it was life-changing. But again, I had to learn how to use it right. I had to watch those higher time frames and wait for the market to come to me, and then shift gears down to the smaller chart and fire off trades from there. So used that way for me, I've been very, very successful with Algobox, and I probably couldn't trade using any other system without, years of learning a new system. And I don't want to go down that path. I'm perfectly happy right here.
Divergence down.
I hope I wasn't on mute that whole time.
No, you were not. That was a great explanation of it. We're gonna end up getting stopped then on this. It was, the channels were both red when I first entered in. I had, the reason why I entered in, it was we went 10-2, 11-7, 11-2 inside of the back of a shark with a ready up. This is the second ready up. We had a 17 inside the back of a shark with a ready up on the 6s. We had divergence. The only thing I didn't take into account is that we actually had ignition bars coming my way on the higher time frame. So may end up getting smacked here, but it's a good risk reward trade as well. So
yeah, it'll work out. You'll get it back if it doesn't.
I'm not worried about it.
Johnny C. Actually, I missed a question from Eric. Give me just a second here to cover this too. So Eric said two things. Let me answer two questions real quick. What was Eric's question? Darn it, the chat's moving. We must have some viewers in here tonight.
We do. We got 15.
Yeah, we got
watching
15
now.
folks watching right now.
Okay, Eric was asking me something. Where to go? Where to go? Oh, he was asking about the ATM strategy. Yeah, I'll show that off if they share my screen. Otherwise, I don't know whose screen's on the stream right now, but we can. That's
I think it's mine right now, and I can pull this up.
yeah,
So
it's super simple, Eric, and you know, John will show that to you right now while I answer.
John, I actually got it on mine, but I'll switch it over
Somebody
to
said
yours.
something about they never met a profitable trader. I wanted to.
So I would actually address that. So you've got several here on the stream tonight. Beyond that, let's take Vinny and his profits out of the picture. I mean, I would recommend that you go look at Mike Schwartz. Mike Schwartz has been a big part of our journey. He's a professional trader, trades every day live. He's out there quite a bit. I'm not sure about Matt from Trade Brigade. He trades differently than this system, but I will say that, I mean, I follow his analysis pretty closely. Appreciate his trading style as well. It is different. You can't see it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We're having some technical difficulties in streaming because we're not all sitting in a studio, guys. We're not sitting together. I wish we were.
We're spread out all over the country. I'm in California.
I'm in South Louisiana, and Bob is in South Florida right now.
There you go. So we're trying to make it work. We got some new technology coming soon. I'm talking as if I'm part of the team. I'm just a guest here, just so everybody knows. This is Bob and John's channel. They're running this place. But they are working on putting together some new technology that's going to make our ability to switch between the screens much more clear and easier on them to manage that.
So John, to put some perspective in this,
Eric, so I'll talk you through it. So Eric, the ATM is real simple. It has a 40 tick stop, which is pretty aggressive, but the market's been volatile lately, and I don't like to get snapped out of a trade immediately. So what I'll do is it has a 40 tick stop. What I'll do is when I enter a trade, I'll grab that stop and pull it up to where it should be according to Vinny's trainings. Right? So if we're playing an Enigma, I'll pull it right up below the Enigma. And if we're playing some kind of fib dot or cross that's in a PRZ, I will pull it right up to the bottom of that PRZ. Does that make sense? So 40 tick stop, and then I put 0 in the target. And the reason for that is I don't want the market to rip up and just get me for 10 or 15 ticks, because I'm trying for bigger plays. Now this right here, what I'm talking about, is what makes me the outlaw trader, because I go against what Vinny teaches. So if you want to learn the system the right way, I highly recommend everybody watching this video now and in the future to learn from Vinny, not me. So I'm going for a 0 target, and then I manage the exit on the trade automatically using the stop strategy part of the ATM. And the way that's configured is it's got a 0-0 so it doesn't, I don't do like a break even. I know a lot of people do that, but so at the top of the stop strategy, the auto break even is 0 and 0. And then it's got a 1-step auto trailing stop in ticks. The profit trigger is 26 ticks, and then the stop is 6. So as soon as the trade goes in my direction, 26 ticks, this strategy automatically pulls that stop up to 20 ticks of profit. So at that point, minus any slippage, I'm $100 in the profit on the NQ. So the beautiful thing about that is if it's a runner and it keeps going, my trail will just sit there and follow it all the way up. If there's a little hesitation or a little pullback, I'm nice and tight right up against that price action. I'm only 6 ticks behind it. So it stops me out in the profit. I'm good to go. The reason why I use that is because over the course of trading throughout the day on Apex or any other prop firm that has an intraday trailing drawdown, you got to be careful, because if you let a trade run up a few $100 and then it comes back and you take $100 of profit, that $200 excursion where it came back against you, that can chip away at your intraday drawdown, and you could actually blow up an account if you're in profit for the day. And I've done that numerous times. So I developed this little simple, straightforward trailing stop to keep that from happening to me. And what happens is it works out really well for my type of trading and the setups that I'm looking for.
So Bob has the configuration up right now.
Oh, great.
He's gonna try to zoom in on it, I believe.
I'll give it a shot. Let's see if I can do this.
Hey, Light, and I was telling Jesse, I've blown up an account that was a 50K account. It hit $57,000 in a day, and because I wasn't paying attention to my positions, when it came back down to 54,000, it blew up my account, even though it was $1,000 beyond what was required.
Yeah, so you passed an eval and failed the same eval, both in the same trading day.
In the same trade.
In the same trade, there you go. So that's why I use a tight stop. I don't want to give back any of the movement I got out of that trade. Now, somebody else said, I saw a comment earlier about somebody trades with their own money because they don't like the rules that the prop firms have. I can see that argument, but for me personally, I require the discipline that those rules enforce on me. If I didn't have that, I don't know, maybe I'd be making 30 grand a day, or maybe I'd be blowing evals all day long. So, or losing money in my live account, I guess it would be. I like the rules. Pretty much all the prop firms, I get along with all the rules. I've traded them all. I'm diversified across most of the prop firms out there. And what I do is I'll find the one that I'm trading that has the most aggressive rules, and I'll follow that for all of them. And that keeps me honest and keeps me on my game. And I came to enjoy the intraday trailing drawdown. As much of a pain in the ass as it is, it saved me. Having these tight stops, it saved me numerous times. So I'm a supporter of the prop firms and the prop firm rules.
Yeah, I think some tend to lend themselves to more cash-like trading tendencies or habits that are created. I would say MFF does a good job of that. Even from a sizing perspective, I'm not going to run. Personally, I'm not going to run, 10 or 12 contracts out there on a cash account. That's just not. It's not me. I would not feel comfortable with that level of risk. But I think there's some that are that, and it's the different types of accounts as well, right? So you've got others that are out there that have, static drawdown or static accounts that you start out and scale. It's what you like and what fits your trading style is go get. But I think between the three of us on here, between Jesse, Bob, and myself, I'd be willing to bet we've probably traded with every one of those prop firms that are out there. A good portion of them, at least. I know I've traded with Apex, and I do trade with Apex. I trade with FTT today. I also trade with Elite Trader Funding. I've traded with Blue Sky. I've traded with Top Step and MFF. I know Bob has done Apex and MFF at least. Probably others as well. So, and then Jesse's obviously got a very diverse portfolio of accounts across a number of different prop firms as well. So
that's right. I started my futures journey with Top Step and had a blast. But back in those days, I got really upset at that daily stop limit. now that I'm more matured as a trader, and I can appreciate that. But back then, it made me so mad I left and went to Apex. But Top Step's a great company, super reliable. I do know that I could trade their accounts now because I trade with Tradeify, which also has a daily stop limit. They do that so you don't blow your whole account up in one day. So I think they give you a little too much leniency. The problem is if you lose half your account in one day, you're starting the next day off in a pretty rough spot.
MFF has the same type of play, right? On a 50K, you've got I think it's 1250 is where they cut you off for the day. At least it gives you another day to come back with a fighting chance. You still have enough drawdown to go potentially get yourself back on course. I actually think I've probably learned more from accounts than I've brought to the brink of failure and the discipline required to get those back. It turns into a nice fun game.
That's right. Yeah, you can learn a lot from that. So by the way, I started working into that trade in the micros when we were down there near the bottom.
Yep.
And as we've been talking through this, obviously the market has pushed up pretty aggressively, and so I'm up almost $200 on 2 micros. I'm not going to take the profits though, because I'm thinking, or I want to see a nice rotation of today's price action. So I'm looking to target up there near the what's that? Let me get a price for everybody. I'm
very high. Is that where you're targeting? Kind of 169ish, or are you all the way up at the 239, 240 range?
No, I'm not that high up. I'm targeting the top of some bars, a little bit of a range we had on the 89. So 207 is what I'm targeting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I might bail out a little bit early because the 1 hour opening range from today is right at about 200. So I might actually pull these trades off at 200 if we get up there.
Yeah, your body of your candles look like, they're right at like 198.75. You had a lot of price rejection in that area, so.
Yeah, I don't want to fight against that. So we'll see. We're rejecting a little bit off of these resistance bars right here. So we'll see if we can push through there.
Yep. So let's kind of talk through the trades that we're trying to take here. So I don't know, Jesse, do you want to, I mean, I know Elite and you guys, you know what's going on. Johnny's got a good idea of what trades that we're trying to take here, as well as Captain. But for the new folks in the stream, Jesse, do you want to kind of walk through the trading strategy that we're trying to execute against?
For sure, yeah. So I've developed a system that works for me, and that system is, well, first of all, I learned pretty early on that I'm a trend trader. I'm not a counter trend trader at all. I fail miserably at that. So Mike Schwartz and even John here is pretty good at what they call catching the knife, or the reverse of that. And that always ends bad for me. So I go with the trend, and I play the pullbacks, and I use the tool I use is a multi-time frame confluence of the channels that we're in when we're in a trend. So whose charts are we looking at here?
Bob.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I think you were muted there though.
Yeah, my mic is it's duct taped together, but it's, not very good. So anyway, so what I've done is I've created a a new source so that I can zoom in. And what you're seeing right now are my AB3s with the confluence that you're describing with the channel regulators. Hopefully it's coming across nice and big where people can actually see it.
Yes, it looks good on the stream.
All right.
Yeah, it looks good. So you can see two sets of channel regulators there. One's a dash dot dot and one's a solid line, and then there's a center section of the one with the solid line. So what that is the dash dot dot is the channel that we're in right now on the Algobar 9s, and the other channel with the solid green lines is the channel on the 3s, the Algobar 3s. All right, we're looking at the 3s, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the center section of that is kind of my no play zone. I don't want to take a trade in there. I want to see a little bit deeper of a pullback into the bottom third of that channel of the solid green lines. So I'll take plays in there, but they're not as strong and as powerful because oftentimes they only have as much room as the top of the channel, right? Because what we're looking at is that channel is we're bouncing up to the top of it, down to the bottom of it, up to the top of it, down to the bottom of it. So the closer to the bottom of that channel I can get a good trade signal from Algobox, the more distance it has to travel all the way across the other side of the channel, and it's a bigger trade. So I only take trades when both of those channel regulators are green. And for example, there's a good one right there. We just got that green AO right there in the bottom third of that channel. And somebody took that trade.
That's me.
Let's see how that plays out.
I'm long as well.
All right. I was too busy talking, so.
That's all right. You just keep talking. It's the only way I'm going to catch up to you.
Yeah. So that's a pretty good trade. I probably would have taken that one. And so with my ATM strategy, I'm looking for 26 ticks, and then the stop will automatically trail 6 ticks behind from that point forward. So in a perfect world, this would shoot on up through that channel and take profit automatically, and you're out.
Let's push it. Come on. Let's go. I got a late entry. I was listening to you and I turned around and there it was. So Jesse, just so that you were talking about that, how you don't like to play between the dotted lines. I've changed that to blue for the purposes of this stream, so people could actually see what you're talking about, get a good visual of where you wouldn't trade.
Yeah, if you just look at that's perfect. Thanks, Bob.
No problem.
So if you took a trade long in that blue zone, and you can expect it to go up and hit that solid green line, right? Just measure it out visually with your eyes. That's not as big of a trade as the one Bob just put on, right? You get more distance out of it if you're playing around in the bottom third of that channel. Now, there's a Gartley. We might drop into that Gartley. If price respects that Gartley, this trade might be okay.
I doubled down on it.
Yeah.
I DCA'd into it, and I'm liking it. Let's go.
Now, for me, I would have pulled I don't know where your stop's at. Yeah, there you go. Your stop is right at the bottom of that, right at the bottom of the Gartley, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So tight stop on it just in case. Because if you look to the left a little bit, the market did break structure. The channels are not at a really high angle, which means we're starting to flatten out a little bit. So there's a little bit of risk on this trade.
The light, and I'm at 1 day. I got 1 day loaded.
Yeah, the more days of data you have loaded, it's averaging the power of the AOs across those. So it's, I don't know the code. Only Vinny knows that. But I've noticed that if you've got more days of data loaded, your AO numbers go down a little bit. I think it averages it out. So if there's more of them for it to look back at, and there was some big ones earlier in the day, then or yesterday or whatever, the values can come down.
John, are you still in this trade?
No, I'm not. I took my profit because I looked over at a different chart.
Yeah,
and
I'm wishing I'd have got out
targeting
when I
an
had some
entry-
profit there. I'm worried
I'm
about this
targeting
crab back here.
around 80. I'm targeting an entry around 85,
Yeah,
which would align or with the other chart I'm looking at.
yeah.
You had such a strong push up off the lows that I'm looking for a greater retracement. Once I took time to evaluate the trade,
Yeah, I'm trying to gracefully get out of this one. See if it gives me a reprieve here. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
I'm not saying I'm right. I took $30 after taking a look at it.
I'm not liking the convergence of the EMAs on the threes.
Yeah, it looked like a rollover, but if you look at the nines, we did touch that. We tapped that bottom Bollinger Band. We bounced off the 50 EMA. So,
There's hope.
you know, this could be just a pullback, but it also could be a little bit of a flag forming here for a dropout. So it's a risky trade because the angle on the channel regulators when you got into it was not super steep.
Right. I'm hoping
But
to get a
that's
retest of that volume 1 resistance
Yeah,
bar.
and that's why we pull our stops up tight on these kind of trades, right?
That's right. All right, I should have got out. Come on, let's go. Push it one more time. Push it, push it, push it.
Yeah, you got a crab target up above too, so
Yeah. I really wanted to get out. I just didn't hit the button. I wanted to get out.
it's still respecting the top of that Gartley. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And we got an average of 11 bars per minute right now.
Come on, let's go. Push it. No, man, push it the other way. The other way. I didn't say pull it back. I said push it. That one's for Vinny.
So Bob, I don't know if you can see my. If you look in WebEx, you'll see.
It's all the way behind me.
Okay, don't worry about it.
I do not like the way it's consolidating here.
No, we're at negative 46, negative 45 on Market Pulse. That's why
Yeah. Come on.
Well, the pennant's getting smaller and smaller, so it should go up a couple ticks back in your direction, and maybe take that as your graceful exit.
Yeah.
Exit.
Well, nope, that didn't
Oh.
happen.
Bands touch NQ on the
Oh
44.
shoot!
There we go. So now you're down at the Gartley.
you're at a butterfly now.
Yep.
I'm hearing sellers though on the ES.
Yeah, I still see room below before I could do anything to get in.
See, now the old me,
Harmonic
before I
NQ on
learned the
3.
discipline of moving your stops up tight like Vinny teaches, I would have held on to that because my
Harmonic
stop would have
NQ on
still
the
been
3.
back at 40 ticks, and then here we go dropping out, and I probably would have ended up taking a full stop.
Yeah, and I had 2 contracts on.
Yeah, so that's $400 at 40 tick stop.
Yeah.
So that would have not been pretty.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
All right, now we're at the crab. If I can stop hearing sellers, I will take this long.
Order
I am
filled.
long.
Now, keep in mind, these channels are still they're flattening out even more. So I'd be looking for a pretty small target if it were me.
Yeah, no, I am.
Harmonic NQ on the 6.
You are on king timing on the 6s.
This is going to come back against me, isn't it?
I am long here, but I've got a really tight stop on this. I just had an 11.3 AO inside of the PRZ. So I am super tight on my stop. I've got
Come
a
on, let's
10
go.
tick stop on this thing. 10 tick stop, 26 tick target. I'm at 115 bucks a profit, 120. I am
I'd
going.
really like to see this dude rip. Let's go.
I had already did. I took my profit. I'm out.
All right, I got 190 of it back.
Yeah. It closed me up already.
And that was a full position for me. I had
Good trade, guy.
The bad thing is I think you've got potentially more room in that thing.
Oh, I know you do. I should have just dropped half of it,
T1
but I was.
T1 harmonic is still well up there.
It is. I'm just not in love with these moving averages, and we touched the Bollinger Bands on the 44.
Yeah. Hey, look, I got 20 ticks out of that move. I'm really happy with that. That was.
Look, I made
Could've been a
200.
lot worse.
I made 200 and some odd dollars on that one, so I'm good. I'm good.
Yep.
Hey, by the way, when I was driving home, I was at a stoplight, Bob, and I heard you talking about how you got your ATM kicked in. So what am I trying to say? You should have got $100 and you only got 80.
Yeah.
And you were looking at it, and then I put a joke in the chat, and I said rhythmic.
John, we're gonna get T1 on that.
What
Oh
do you-
man, I could have got all my money back and then some.
I did. I re-entered. I won't lie.
Let's answer Enlighten's question. So, Enlighten, unless these guys know better than me, I have never found a way to sign into two rhythmic accounts at the same time, except there's one exception. Top Step, when you choose their Ninja Trader option, they give you a rhythmic account. But I think they're the only ones I know of, where that rhythmic account, you can sign into it natively inside Ninja Trader's connection managers, which is pretty cool. And then, if you've got another, that doesn't help you because you're asking about FTT and Apex. But the answer is no, you can't run RTrader, two different copies of RTrader to the best of my knowledge.
No. So the only way I could do it, I traded with 4 different prop firms at one time. I was copy trading across all of them. And I had 2 prop firms with Tradeabate, 2 prop firms with Rhythmic, and I had to get a second machine, and that's hence why I use Replicanto to copy trade from one machine to the other locally on my local network.
Yeah, and that's pretty complicated. So what I do, so my thing is that for whatever reason, I think I've learned from a few YouTubers that I watch. Kellyanne Trades is one of them. And I've just learned that I think that Tradeavate is the future. Tradeavate is set up for, I think Ninja Trader bought that company, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so Tradeavate's where it's at, and so I'm trying to slowly kind of get out of the whole rhythmic thing. But for right now, I have 2 Tradeavate props that I sign into both of them on Ninja Trader's connection manager at the same time. That works fine. And then I've got the Top Step rhythmic account that's in Ninja Trader also. And then outside of that, I've got oh boy, what is my RTrader? I do use RTrader, but drawing a blank on which prop firm I'm using on that. I can't remember. But yeah, so I'm trading 4. 3 of them are in NinjaTrader. 1 of them is on RTrader.
So I do have an FTT account, and I trade the FTT account with, it is a rhythmic connection, but I'm trading that through a Quant Tower platform that runs in a VM, actually off of the laptop I'm talking to you through. So technically, I guess I have 3 different trading stations if you really want to know. And I will admit,
DCDM NQ on the 3.
All right, guys. So
difficult.
I don't mean to interrupt, but we just got a DCDM, and for the viewers, can one of you two explain what we should be or should not be doing, or be looking or hunting or stalking with this DCDM?
I'll take it.
Go for it.
And then, John, why don't you build off what I'm about to say? So, the channel regulators are not both green, so I'm sitting on my hands. I'm not taking that trade.
Well, they actually are both green on my screen.
They are not on mine.
All right.
I have green on the 9s. My 3s are red.
Yep.
But even more so, even if they were green or red, irregardless, they're pretty flat. They're straight across. So price has been in an area of consolidation for at least the last, I think I'm set at a period of 300 bars. So for the last 300 bars, price has not moved. It's dead sideways. So at that point, that tells me that we're in consolidation. If I look to the left, price even tells you that. If I did anything with this, I would be playing this as a reversal. I wouldn't be playing this as a continuation.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that short area, so from like, what time was that? If you look at like 21... Yeah, 21.
I found the fly in the ointment. Okay, I was running at 4. I mean,
Gotcha.
300,
so,
350 period.
Yeah.
Thanks a
so
lot.
From time 2100 to current, if you look at just that short little section of price action, this is the range, right? And so Vinny teaches that if you get a double cross near the top of the range, look for a reversal back down to the middle of that range. And it's looking to me like that's what's playing out here.
So let me ask you guys here real quickly, a little bit of help from the technical side. Right now I am showing a zoomed in view of my of all of my charts, just basically showing the AB3s. Does that look better? Do you like that better than all the charts at one time? I have the ability to switch back and forth, and I'm trying to decide, should I keep all the charts up there until I get into a trade and then zoom into the 3s, or should I just leave the 3s up there the whole time?
That's a good question.
Because it's really about the viewers, right? I can see all my charts. I'm trading from my charts. I'm trading what's in front of me. But what I'm trying to figure out is what is most helpful for the people looking in. So anybody that's got any suggestions, comments, observations, they would be greatly appreciated while we try to hone in on the technical side, the viewing side. And not everybody at once.
I know Captain Price is going to tell you to look at the 24s and the 89s only.
Oh yeah, you know he's definitely
unless someone says to go look at the 89s and 24s, and then he'll take the contrarian position, of which he would tell you to look at the Algobar ones.
This view is good, given I'm playing along and I can see all the other charts locally. Okay.
Hey, I've got a question for you, Lighten. Back up above when you guys were discussing that AO that appeared in that, what was that, a crab? At the top of that crab? Or maybe it was before that, but I think it was that one. So Lighten's value on his AO was 8.9, and John's was 14.7, and mine was 12.9. And so what I've come to learn about the value of these things is that there's a lot of factors. Are you on Wi-Fi, or are you plugged directly into your router using a Cat5 cable? So and then are you on Rhythmic or Tradevate? How
Harmonic
fast
IQ
is your
on the
internet
3.
speed? There's how physical distance between you and the Tradevate or the Rhythmic servers. There's a lot that play into that, and I think, again, Vinny knows the code, not me, but I think that the strength of an AO is not just the amount of delta dump, it's also how fast did it happen. So if you have a slow connection, or you had a little bit of a blip or a dropped packet in your internet speed right at that very moment, which happens all the time to all of us, that could affect the score of the AO, so to speak.
It seems to me it's all relative, and it plays upon the where do they get the pace of the tape from? I cannot remember inside an NinjaTrader what it's called. And
time and sales
data, right? So it's going to be it's going to be very localized to your machine. It's never going to match up 100% across the board. And to be honest with you, I don't think any of us, we were all trading cash accounts together. I actually would not want everyone to be getting the same signals I'm getting to an exact degree every time.
Yeah, true.
That would be very, very bad.
Yeah, so
we all want to click the same button at the same time on the same indicator.
Yeah. So
in a cash market, that would we'd all end up offsides.
Yeah. So the score on the AO is a factor of how much delta was dumped right in that spot or pushed in that spot, times how fast did it happen, times the pace of the tape or the time in sales. And then the factors at play are the speed of your computer. How fast did your computer process that dump or that push? Your internet, your distance from the servers. I mean, there's a lot at play there. So, and I don't think they need to match, like John said. And for me, it's not really that critical. It's either going to be a reversal or a continuation. You got to make that decision, not based on the numerical value of that AO, which they change all the time. So it's based on what else is occurring above and below that spot.
So the one thing I'd say as well, if you have any questions around what an exact indicator is or how it works, there's docs.algoboxpro.com. I will take that, throw that in here. You can go figure out, I say figure out, but you can go find for yourself as well any of the indicators and what actually goes into them. Understand that even on the Alpha Omega, we're somewhat speculating on what all goes into that calculation. So there's a lot of proprietary stuff that, well, we didn't pay Vinny enough for to learn. So, but bottom line is it does make sense. This is it is definitely real-time order flow, but there's other pieces in that calculation that we're just not going to be able to definitively speak to. There's no way we could. We didn't write it, as Jesse so eloquently stated. But there's plenty of documentation that is nice. You don't know what one of the indicators does. There's a great source of information.
Yeah, and they've been Vinny and his team have been working on reworking all that documentation, and the new stuff they're putting out is beautiful.
Yes. Oh, there's the Richie. I've been looking for that.
You know what? I wanted to go back. I don't know if that order flow person is still with us, but I wanted to go back to the Algobox hadn't worked out for him very well. I have personally tried almost every system that's out there, and none of them work. You know, there's so much stuff by so many different people who build all these algo this, algo that. You know, they're all, none of them work unless you put in the work, the effort. It takes a long time for me anyway. Maybe I'm a slow learner, but you really got to learn what you're looking at, and it takes a lot of time. It took me, I don't know, it took me about a year before I really got it, and ever since then I've been on fire, knock on wood.
I think it's time and seat. Bob and I have talked about this a lot, and it's actually there's some there's some benefit to learning other strategies or to having understanding of strategies outside of Algobox, as that knowledge helped me better understand and appreciate the Algobox trading strategies. Because there's what a lot of the other strategies miss is that real-time order flow component.
Exactly. So it's good to know where your levels are, your support and resistance. That's some stuff that's taught out there all over the place. If you know where that's at, then you can use the pinpoint entries that Algobox gives you to maximize the benefit from working your way up or down to that target area.
Yep. No, I used to I traded oil for a period of time, still do. A little here and there, but I used to get frustrated when a specific trade would fail, and I couldn't figure out why until I actually threw an oil chart against Algobox, and then it made a lot of sense as to why. When those things failed, there was an exact reason why, and it was because you didn't have the order flow that you were expecting at that particular moving average, right? It's like, that's why. Oh, you need buyers there. That's something else. Shocker.
So a Lighten put 3 contracts on long, and I'm just guessing by the amount of time that's gone by and the upward movement we've had, that worked out pretty well for you, my friend.
Yes. Oh, and actually an update today. I did actually try to hold one contract all the way to the other side of the channel today.
John, I think we're having a push here to the prior close.
Potentially so.
My mic has been
Would
on
make
mute.
sense.
I got to get a new mic tomorrow. This is. Yeah, I wanted to get in. I just didn't get the signal, and I just wanted. I'm looking at all that liquidity up there at 115.
Understand it's there. I also understand that I have no entry to get there, but I will say this. Market Pulse says it's a go. Go for launch.
Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback. I was looking for a pullback earlier.
Yeah. Our pullback was where we entered on that AO. So I did do it. It was excruciating. It did hit the other end of the channel. And yeah. I don't know how long I can really do that.
Yeah, that's tough. But they usually work out. You got to live through a few pullbacks and a little bit of messy stuff, but they usually work out. It's a channel for a reason, right? That means the price has been there numerous times.
Yep.
So as long as you're sure we're going to keep going up or down, whichever way you're playing, the price is going to get to the top of that channel. in most cases.
Enigma long on the NQ3.
Oh man, I want to take this Enigma.
Enigma long?
Yeah, on the threes. If I get a little bit more of a pullback, I'm in.
Order
Well, I'm
filled.
in. My finger thought something different. I am going to snug this up. Snug up my stops a little bit more in case this thing rips against me, but I'm really thinking 115 is definitely in the cards here. I know I'm out of position on the AV3s, but come on, let's go. No, like that's on
That
the,
isn't an
that's on
L2.
the yeah, that's the L2s, correct.
Bob, I'm going to step away for about 15 minutes. I will be back. I need to...
I got you back. Let's go. Come on, push it up. I want to give it a little bit more breathing room. I'm probably messing up here. I am confident this thing is going to 115. Yeah, Captain, I'm thinking the same thing. I might add on here a little bit if it pulls back enough. I just see this thing going long. Longer. Gravity sucks. Jesse, you still there? No, I guess I lost both of them.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
My my wife, bless her heart, heard me in here on a live stream, so she quietly brought me dinner. So I'm muting and eating, and then coming, back and forth, back and forth.
All right, what a woman. Tell her I said thanks.
All right.
All right, come on, let's bounce off this 50. Let's bounce off the 50 and let's go up.
Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna tempt fate.
Order
I'm gonna
filled.
double up. I'm gonna DCA in, move my stop, tighten that stop right there. Let's see if we can get some profit here. Captain, if we get to 120, I'll be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm still sitting on my hands because the channel on the threes was red. So for me, too much risk.
No, I hear you.
However, I'm still holding my 2 micro contracts from the low. So I'm up $200 still. I'm not going to pull them off because I still think we've got some more upward movement we can get out of this tonight. But yeah, I hope this Enigma works out. I mean, that's a pretty good Enigma. It's in a good spot, and clearly the Enigma indicator thought that it could push that price right up through that resistance. So if it does, if we get through that area, it's gonna probably take off.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Big push. Vinny always says if you blow on it, it'll go up. Just gonna hang tight here. Let it do it. Let's see what it does. I'm not going to move my stops. If I take a hit, I take a hit. Yeah, my channel's red too. I was liking that Enigma. I still like that Enigma. Not quite as much. That's going to stop me out.
Exit.
Well, now it's a moonshot.
Yeah. So I'm down to, I tightened it up so much, had DC8 in, so I'm only down $200.
Yeah, good call tightening up the stop.
Love to get a delta dump here. Wish my channels were green, coming in on a diamond. Yeah, it broke the structure of that Enigma. Can you see that? Does it look like it broke the structure there? Except we're on that. Yeah, I'm definitely not having a good night. Alright, that was trade number 5. I'm down 450 for the night. Just trying to hang in there. Can you hear me okay?
You can come back from that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
One contract at a time. That's what I did the other night. I was down quite a bit when we were doing market replay.
Yeah, like tomorrow I will have my new microphone. I've got this thing duct taped together, basically holding it together with tie wire and duct tape. So the Chiefs are up 10-7. They're not beating the spread yet. I think the spread was 8.5. Naturally, it comes down, takes me out, and then it takes off. Right? There you go. Well, I'd say it got me by more than a tick, though.
I was going to say, watch it rip up.
Oh, yeah, you know it is. I don't mind a second try at this. I really don't. But I'd like to have a little bit more confluence, as in the AB3s being green, the channel on the AB3 being green, getting another re-entry somewhere down in the lower third of it. Hell, I'm not so sure I wouldn't take it with somewhere in that middle third, in that fiddle zone area. So speaking of fiddle zone, we are absolutely in the fiddle zone on the MACB.
Yeah, the real fiddle zone for sure. Yeah, we're right in there. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this area too, because I think if we push up a bit, we're gonna reject off of that VL. Where's your VLs at?
So my volume, I got a blue bar, I got a support bar at 2080 or at 80.
No, I mean the red bar. Are you at 215 or 115 still?
Actually, I just had a red bar. Let's see. Yeah, I got a red bar at about 114.
Yeah, I got one there, and
112 and a
yeah,
12 and a half.
What I'd like to see is I'd like to see price go explore up there again one more time, reject off that same area, come back down to that AO and Enigma, right? And that's where I would be getting in. That's how I would take the second try rule. I'd wait for a push up and rejection, second rejection up there at that level.
I got you. That
and then
sounds like a good plan.
Hopefully, and then if it does push up there, the channels will be green.
Yeah.
And then we want a bit of a pullback down to that general area of that AO, that moonshot. And then I would be going long. In fact, I'm going to watch this carefully because I think that'll be, other than these micros, that might be my first play of the night.
So for those who are interested, halftime, Chiefs are up 10-7 over the Bucks. I believe there was an 8.5-point spread, and I think the total was around 48, 45, 48 and a half. So it's a rather low-scoring game, but we all know that you can just forget the first three quarters and tune in about halfway through the fourth quarter to see the real game.
The Chiefs are my son's favorite team.
Mahomes, Kelsey. There you go.
My favorite team is whoever makes it to the playoffs, and then I go for the underdogs.
You know, I'm a big basketball fan, and I have not watched the first game this season. I've been too wrapped up in getting into this.
Yeah.
So while we're sitting here patiently waiting, I'm going to bring in my volume profile charts, and I think the key thing of interest I want to show you is, so here's my opening range. I've got a 45-minute range, and I've just tightened that up based off of what I've seen over the past 3 years with this. So that is my open range, and as you can see, we kind of dove down out of the box, and normally I would expect that to continue down a little bit lower, and at least capture that prior low, possibly even this 2010. But we didn't quite get there, and that's kind of concerning to me. So I'm kind of expecting a retracement back down there. But with that said, we've had a nice retracement back up into the middle of the box, and this usually happens later in the night. We got HSI opened up about 15 minutes ago, so and you can see that we're actually in the middle of a red bar here. So it's tested up and then it's come back down. So I'm really interested to see how this reacts inside of that box. I typically see this retracement, and so 169 is not out of the realm of possibility for me tonight. Now I know we got our daily open right here at about 129ish. Let's see, what is that? 130.75. Top of the box is at 132. So these are things that I'm looking for in the way of a retracement up. But I still am very concerned about this area down here.
That would be one heck of a dropout.
You know, it would be. And I'm going to say at night, it's not something that is typical, but I'm not going to say it's outside the realm of possibility here, Jesse. Anyway, those are just things that I'm looking at. So now we are green, by the way, Jesse. Can you verify your double green over there?
It just turned, yep.
Okay.
Now, well, it's pretty flat. The threes are flat.
No, I agree.
But technically, yes, it's green. But so that's why I was talking about I'd like to see that push up and rejection off that level again.
All right, we got 15 people watching. We got 11 likes.
We got a new subscriber. I don't know who it is, but thank you for joining. Folks, if you would, share our site. We're only going to get better at this. We got more
Fib.NQ on the
technology
3.
coming. Hey, we got a green dot there on the 3s. We got more technology coming. We're doing things that other people haven't been doing by having a group of us talking and showing different screens. So if you would, hit that like and subscribe button, and I would greatly appreciate it. I am hearing sellers on the ES.
We should offer Mike a monthly fee to give us a shout out at the end of his nightly streams and send everybody this way.
Yeah, I've actually talked about it with him, and he's all for it. He gets so wrapped up at night. By the time he signs off, he's forgotten about it, but he remembers as soon as he gets off because he comes and jumps in this one.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring that volume profile chart back up again. I forgot I got a tab on there. I'm gonna give you some key indicators for the ES. Don't know if you've been looking at that, but we've got a naked POC at 57.5350 on the ES, and we've got a value area, a naked value area high, an untested value area high at 57.61, and a prior high up here. So there's a lot to be looking for here, and I'm not saying that it's outside the realm of possibility. I will say it did the same. It did the same dump and go as the NQ did, and if I'm looking at it, I'm looking here at 97.53. I'm looking at this minus development area over here around 57. I'm looking at this node right here is 60. 61 is a untested value area high, and of course we got the prior high at 57.76, and we've got some other up there at 57.84. So the ES is a target-rich environment tonight. Just wanted everybody to see that. And again, let me I'll identify that open range because there still is a lot of stuff. But right there is basically the open range for the night, and you can see that it dumped down, and we're right back in the middle of that zone. Not sure if that really plays to anything that you're doing, Jesse, but just wanted to share that with everybody. I'm going to switch back over to the NQ and then go back over to the NQ3s. Hopefully that was helpful. Thanks.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
appreciate it. I find that having people on like John and Jesse, that we open the door to being able to discuss. Everybody's got some ideas. No idea ever starts off great, but as we talk about it, we learn. And if we learn from others, man, I've learned so much in the past week and a half just doing this. I have a better understanding of what I'm looking at. I had preconceived notions that I learned. How they apply is not necessarily, they're more of guidelines than they are an actual rule set. And the answer to every question, as an engineer, I'm going to tell you, the answer to every single question that I encounter on a daily basis is 2 words: it depends.
It depends.
But thanks for the comment, Ray. I'm glad that
Yeah,
you
thank you, Ray. Well, while we're waiting on the slow price action, would you mind? I did have a question on that opening balance. Would you mind bringing the NQ back up?
Yeah, not a problem.
And if you don't mind, draw in that opening range
All right.
real quick.
That's
I'm
easy.
back, Bob.
Easy peasy.
Welcome back, John.
Sorry, caffeine was required.
Dude, I get it, man.
No.
I'm getting ready to go reload again. All right, so Jesse, there is my NQ. That is the opening range. I've got.
Okay, now.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I wanted to add a little bit of what I've learned from some folks on. I don't even remember where. Somebody I watch and follow. Probably one of the guests on Top Step before they became like permanent guests. But what I think I remember, and you guys would know better than me because I don't trade this way. I'd like to start learning some of this stuff, but that's the first 40 minutes of price action in the market since the open, right?
45. It runs
45 minutes.
It runs from 6:01 to 6:45.
Oh, that's the nightly open.
Yes.
Correct.
Oh, okay. I don't. Yeah, I definitely don't track that at all. Sorry. So it's irrelevant what I was going to ask. Well, it might not be. So maybe I should ask it. So, what I've learned on the regular trading hours opening range is that if the prices move, let's just say we've dropped out, and now we're making our way back up into that opening range. What I was taught is that if price can get up past the halfway point, you are now targeting the top of that opening range, right? And same as the opposite. So if we rocket up in the first hour and now we're making our way back down to the we've gone up and down, and now we're kind of making our way back down into the opening range this afternoon or whatever it is, later on in the day. If we start making our way back down there, if we get past that halfway point, we start targeting the bottom of the opening range. Does that make sense? Am I misremembering that?
So no, people teach it different ways, right? So, it depends on the chart you're looking at. So I have one school of thought is if it. So first of all, and how you play it. I used to play the initial breakouts of the opening range, and I got my head chopped off doing that. So what I do now is what I'm looking for is so in the case of a long, I'm looking for a pullback and a higher low outside of the opening range, and then I take that long. And then same thing in the case of a short, I'm looking for a breakout short, a pullback, and then a lower high below that price, and then I can take that short. So I'm looking for some level of confirmation. In the event of a pullback into the opening range, the midline of the opening range if it's a direct pullback into the midline of that range, the first time of that, I play it as a rejection. If it's a direct pullback in. So if it's smooth in the manner at which it retraces back to the opening range, or back into the midline of the opening range, I will play that first pullback as a rejection. Otherwise, then I'll play it as a complete back towards the other side of it. Yeah. If that makes sense.
So in other words, it depends.
Yes, it all depends on the manner in which, and it's also going to depend on which time frame you're planning on.
Understood. It sounds quite complex. I'm going to stick to my channel regulators.
Algobox signal. I use it so I love to trade gaps on the open. So that's when I use kind of the first 1 minute candle a day that tell me, especially on gap openings, I want to know what that is, because I'm using that to tell me rejections of that candle. It gives me a price, that opening price gives me an idea whether we're going to gap and go, or we're going to retrace back to close the gap. So a gap fill. I love that because it can actually set up some very nice micro trades during the day that you can just let run. A few weeks ago, there was one that was fairly significant size.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So during the regular trading hours and here in Asian, I'm playing the full minis. But what I'd like to do is find some of these other tricks to look for those really big plays to run the micros. Like, for example, I took these 2 micro contracts off the low here. And this so far is a pretty good trade. It's not pushing up, quite as high as I'd like it to, but the night's still young. We'll see how this plays out. But it'd be nice to find opportunities with the micros during the regular trading hours for big moves.
Yeah, give me just a second, and I will give you the.
And Bob's tinkering again.
Well, see, I crashed a couple of weekends ago, and I never really got all my charts up here. So we're talking about open ranges. I actually do a weekly open range, and you can see how it's fairly reliable. It hasn't been so much. It's pretty interesting. So if you look at last week's, the pink bars actually represent 24 hours of trading. The first 24 hours, from 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock, right? And you can see that day 2, maybe day 3, these are 240-minute bars. You can see what happened here. And then now this week, we are through the first 24 hours, and we're just ranging back and forth between here. And this is on the weekly composite chart. So this is actually on the ES. And if you look back here at the 240 on the NQ, you can see the same effect. Now, if I scrunch this up, it really puts it into perspective, and you can see those moves. Somebody was talking about options. So about 3 weeks ago, I anticipated a rather steep dropout. I don't know, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. It was back at the beginning of October, and I caught right here. I don't know if you can see it, but I caught this run based on it bouncing off of the 240 up the open range here, and I caught that run with 3 contracts south. And these were all minis, Jesse, from right about here, all the way down to right about there. So I caught 1,589 ticks. If that puts it into perspective for you. So not only did I hit that with the 3 minis. Now look, that was 1 mini. That was 3 consecutive minis. So I ran about. I was up about $5,000 on that one trade. But in the meantime, I also use this to tell myself I think that the market is, and I bought some puts. So the puts actually worked out very well, and within 15 minutes I was up about $5,000, actually $6,000 on my put action. Really, really good day, and this is where I gleaned that information from. So if that helps. There's more than just trading the futures. I tried to put this into perspective for other things as well. So it was a very, very good day for me, and all that was actually cash. That was not in a funded account or a PA or an eval. That was actually in my cash account. So I immediately made the withdrawal, so I didn't piss it away and give it back.
Great trade. Yeah, thanks for walking through that. I'm gonna start looking at some of this opening range and weekly first 24. So it's like the first 24 hours of each week, right? That's the range.
Yeah, that's what's going
on. So
on.
Bob, do you allow the options market, the forward-looking nature of the options market, to help you get a gauge on what you anticipate the market to do over a period of day, week, whatever?
Yeah, so I'm actually I'm figuring out my expected range based off of the triple Qs and the SPY for their respective index, right? So I'm doing calculations and basing conversion rates on what the SPY and the QQQ actually convert to on the ES and the NQ. But I am looking at that long term as well. So when I enter these, I don't do zero DTEs. The only thing that I'll do, and John's different. John loves to sell contracts, sell the options. I'm more of I'm not that complex. I like to just buy puts or buy calls. And as I develop those skills, I'm sure that I'll be doing what he's doing as well. I'm just not You know, John, you do what you're good at. You do what you're used to.
So, so I do it. So the reason why I sell covered calls is very simple. I'm holding positions long term. Um, I'm at a price that I am very comfortable holding with for a significant period of time, and it's a way to enhance. It's almost like a dividend for me, is the way I treat it. It's an additional dividend. If it hits that price, I'm more than willing to give it up. Otherwise, someone's paying me to hold a position, which I was going to hold anyway.
Right. That's right. So as we get into this, we're going to start doing more of this kind of analysis early in the morning, to look outside the realm of the Nasdaq and the ES and get more into the possibility of options or stock trading. As I get more familiar with, as I start to dabble with the stock trading component of Algobox. Lighten, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. The Light and I will absolutely go over this tomorrow as soon as I get that new mic. This is so frustrating. Oh, I don't want to yell. Oh, I don't want to yell because it's probably blowing John out.
You're good.
So anyway, those are the things that we're doing, guys, and yeah, we're gonna get more into this as time goes on. But John and I, look, I'm all for those that have the balls in the sack to do to sell. And look, I know that selling options is probably a lot more profitable than buying them. What is the statistic, John? 90%, 88% of all options bought expire worthless.
Yep.
So selling them is a great way to bank your money.
I'm not naked selling though by any stretch.
Oh, no.
I sell covered. Yeah, these are just covered calls.
Yeah, you're hedging your position.
Yeah, like I said, it's a dividend. I think of it as more of a dividend payment for myself.
Understood. Now he's collecting premium, but he's also rolling the dice, and I don't. He says he's using covered calls. He has the potential to win both ways.
Let's see here. So let me get back. So this guy, I put a link in the chat for gap trading. This is a guy I follow. I'll admit Bob turned me on to him, and I do follow his stuff. He produces a morning show every day, but his midweek show and his weekend shows you're into technical analysis of markets, both futures as well as stocks and
Equities
and cash markets. Matt's analysis
it's awesome.
It's second to none.
It is awesome,
in my opinion.
He is so good.
You just better get ready because his weekend show is an hour and a half long, and I have to break it down into like 20-30 minute segments to actually be able to digest all the information that he gives.
Oh yeah. I love his morning routines, but I really like his Saturdays and the Saturday morning videos and the Wednesday video, the halfway through the week.
Yeah.
He gets very, very technical. He gets way down in the weeds.
Yes. Very good. But understanding like the gap fill reversal, the gap fill strategies, how to identify it. It's a very, very good way of looking at the market. And then you apply that overall kind of, I don't want to say macro view because it's not truly macro in the context of the world, but in the context of Algobox, it's a very macro looking view. So if you can take and apply that macro view and then look at our pinpoint system, if you can take the Algobox entries in conjunction with his larger plays, it'll make more sense as to why I'm trying to take the types of trades I like to take.
His gap fill rules are awesome. I can't believe
Yeah.
how spot on they are.
So John Vargas says, do you know what momentum range charts are? Yes, actually I do, John, because I use TradingView, not to trade with, but I have a TradingView. Let me bring it up in my browser. You're not going to be able to see it because you're looking at a different screen, but
John, I'm going to take
I
a
don't-
break.
I
I'll
don't-
be right back.
yeah, I don't think Ninja Trader has a momentum range bar. I could be wrong, but I've never seen it. But TradingView does, and that's exactly what I use. And so do I know what it is? Well, it's a range bar. I think it somehow calculates momentum into the way it is. I would speculate it's similar to how, I don't even know how to pronounce it. What's the Japanese bar again? Heikin-Ashi?
Hakanashi, yeah.
Hakanashi. So I think what it is it's a range bar, but it smooths the price action out also. I could be wrong on that, but that's what I use on TradingView. When I found that on there, I really liked how it kind of smoothed out the price action. And so I'm just watching it out the corner of my eye sometimes, looking for that bigger market, bigger overall picture of the market. But yeah, I don't trade those bars or anything, but I've seen them and I watch them on my TradingView. And I don't know exactly how they work, but I think it's like a Heikin-Ashi. You know what they are, John?
Yeah, I've seen them. I've not used them at all, and I've not used momentum range bars at all. I'm trying to remember exactly how the Hakanashi works. Again, I mean, I'll trade with Rinko bars, and I trade with Algo bars pretty specifically. I say that I'll also trade off a 1 minute or 5 minute chart for very specific trades that set up. And that's only if I peer over, look at it, and it meets some long, well-defined trade criteria that I'll use.
Yeah, John's asking, so what does the 40 base on? So like the momentum range 40, I would assume that that's a 40 range bar. So it's counting it. So it's every time the market moves 40 ticks, not the quantity 40, but in directional movement 40 ticks, it'll generate a new bar. That's what I would assume.
Yeah, I would have to defer to some other resource, whether that's Investopedia or something like that. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I would.
My primary bar is an algo bar.
Yeah, my primary
algo
bar
or
is an
range
algo
bar, right? That's what we
algo
trade
bar.
with in this system. That's 99% of the trades that I'll take over the course of a month rely upon either a range bar, ultimately it all relies on a range bar because I'm looking at the larger time frames, but I enter in off of an algo bar entry.
That's right, 100%. We're great traders, so he's asking the pros. Thanks, John.
I am not with some of these other folks on here that I aspire to be a great trader. I will not lie.
Yeah,
spent a lot of
for
time.
sure.
And that's the only thing I can say is it's just like any craft. What you put into it is what you'll get out of it. So the more screen time you get, the more time in market replay. And I think Benny talks to this quite a bit in both of his live streams, his Mentorship Mondays. You go watch it and you go back through his training, and it all talks about the amount of he relates it to a gaming term, but it's something around experience, right? EP or something of that sort. I can't remember. It's a gaming reference. I'm not a big gamer, but
Seat time or screen time. I forgot.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it comes down to screen time. The amount of time that you spend in market replay, it will have a direct correlation to your P&L, provided you're taking a disciplined approach to your market replay experience. And remember, it's very important to, rather than just play through a day over and over again, it is actually very important to take a specific setup, to evaluate that setup, and go through the trading motions, 3, 4, 5 times in a row on that specific trade, and then move on to your next trade. I think he talks about recording all your trades in OBS, and that way you know where your trades were at, and you can review those every day.
I'd like to mention something on that too. With recording your screen while you're trading, that is a lot better than just scrolling back the chart and looking at your trade records, because many of these indicators, they change and they move over time, and as you scroll back on the chart, they don't change back. And so if you're recording, for example, perfect example is these channel regulators that I use. And so they're moving with the market. And if you scroll your chart back to 1 hour ago, those regulators aren't there. So if you had recorded that session, then you could go back and see what I do right, what did I do wrong, and learn from it. So that's a very valid point that Vinny teaches.
And it's not something that you'll get from just using a trade journaling software. You have to actually record the screen, because if you're looking at the golden ropes, just the simplest thing, the golden ropes are where they are at this very minute. 5 minutes from now, they will look different.
John Vargas says he's going to pay for replay. So I'm assuming you're trading in Trade-Evade and not NinjaTrader. So I think Trade-Evade has some indicators that will help you with some of the stuff that's on our screen, but Algobox only runs on NinjaTrader, so you won't be able to get all of this cool stuff that we're looking at. But if Trade-Evade offers replay, which I'm sure they do, yeah, it's definitely a good thing to have. You can go back and practice.
Yeah, and the one thing I would say is if I look back at my trading journey, the biggest mistake I made is I went out and bought NinjaTrader. I bought the lifetime license out of the gate, and I spent forget what I paid for it. It was over $1,000. If I had it to do all over again, I would just go buy an Apex account or a MFF account. You name the prop firm, whatever, that gives me access to a NinjaTrader license and gives me access to sim trading. At $33, that would have been a hell of a lot cheaper way to start than the way I went about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Back when I first started trading, prop firms were like actual businesses, brick and mortar. I didn't know, and I don't think many existed. I think it was pretty much just Top Step way back when. I didn't know you could be a trader and work from home or work from your office and do it all online. This whole new fad of working remotely. So I didn't even know you had the ability to go buy a $30 or $50 prop firm account and get NinjaTrader included in that for free and data included in that for free. So a lot has changed. And so anybody coming into this space now, you're entering a time that's never existed before. It's like the best time to get into trading.
Yeah, and even Algobox, they're giving you 2 weeks free as a free trial of it. Now, I will admit, you will not be able to learn Algobox in 2 weeks.
No, but you'll at least be able to. I took advantage of that 2-week trial, and it helped me because once I saw it and I had it installed on my own computer in front of my own face,
yep,
that was it. Hook, line, and sinker, I'm in. It didn't. Yep. It took me 1 day to buy it. I didn't even use the 2 free weeks.
You're exactly right. I did the same thing. So
yeah. I said, hell yeah, this is it. I'm buying. I bought it that night.
Absolutely. absolutely. Just because it's arguably it's the best way to visualize the market than I have seen. And can you create a lot of indicators that are similar to this on your own? With a ton of work, you could, in certain aspects. But this is everything that you would need to trade any market. And what's interesting is how it's going to be applied to other markets like stocks, crypto, any instrument that could be traded and is traded by algorithmic systems. This is a perfect tool to go extract capital out of those markets.
Okay, I'm going long and I'm targeting the PRZs up above us here. My channels are all green. We dipped down into that lower third, and the channel on the 41s, I probably shouldn't be on the 41s right now, but the price action on the 41s is making higher highs and lower lows, so I'm in. I'm up $70. We're pushing into, what is that, a Gartley plus a something. It's two PRZs.
I'm right
All
there
right,
with
there's There's $100. Come on, push.
Order
I'm
filled.
Push.
taking my 120.
Two finger
Push.
and
There
Q
it
on
goes.
the 44.
120. Come on. Oh, that means you had a better entry than me, Bob. I was late on it. I was busy yapping. There we go. There we go. It pulled back one bar and stopped me out. 6 ticks. So beautiful.
I'll
So that
take it.
in conjunction with my micro trade that's still on right now. Let me give it a total. Right now, P&L plus open P&L is $316. And that's across 20 Apex accounts. So I'm up $3,000 right now.
There
for
you
the
go.
night.
That's a great night.
That's a great night.
And that's basically you're 2/3 of the way to your daily goal, right?
Yeah. Well, my daily goal is $400. So, yep.
Yeah, you're 3/4 of the way there.
Harmonic NQ on
Yeah,
the 3.
one more trade and I'm done. Or if these micros go up there and actually hit target where I've got them, I'm done.
That is awesome.
Good trade, Bob.
Thank you. Same to you.
Did you get in on my call out, or were you? No, you got in before me because you had a better entry.
I got down at the bottom. I got down at the when it hit the blue support bar. That's when I got in.
Gotcha. So I'm running my support and resistance off the 9s only now. I removed it off the 3s.
Oh, okay.
I should clarify. I've got it running on my 3s chart, but it's running on the 9s data series.
Hey, did you do the fit dot change as well? Or wait, no, you were talking about the Enigmas.
No. I think you're referring to the I think you're referring to the PRZs, right? I want to turn on the patterns, but I want to adjust it so I'm only seeing the big ones.
I think, yeah. So we talked about that last night, but yesterday I think we also talked about it, maybe even before John got in. But you talked about, I have a note here where you were going to add in 2 more data series on your AB3s, the 2s, and the 4s. And
the Enigmas.
and then
Yep,
run
you're
the
right.
Enigmas based on the 2s and the 4s, so they actually showed up on that screen. I was wondering, did you execute that?
I have not done that yet.
All right.
I think I'm going to do that. That's going to be a this weekend thing when we're in market replay, just tinkering around.
Yeah.
Because what I don't want to do is interrupt my actual trade day and crash my charts or do anything stupid.
No, I totally get that. I think I'm going to do the same. I'm going to give it a try.
Yeah. So there's 2 things I'm going to do this coming weekend. I'm going to make that adjustment with the Enigmas, try to run all 3 Enigmas, the 2s, 3s, and 4s, all on one chart. And then I'm also going to go in and turn back on the harmonic patterns instead of only looking for PRZs. And then I'm going to do like you guys do and start targeting the tops and or bottoms of the harmonic patterns.
Alright, I did that totally
Yeah, you just got to change it to the panel 1, right?
Yeah, I gotta get rid of all the candles. Let's see here. That's there. Transparent. Transparent. I'm on the 2s.
And you can
And the
turn
panel
off
I need to
the-
change
at the-
to panel 1, right?
Yeah, and then at the very bottom, you probably want to turn off the plotting of your trades.
Alright, there we go. So I want to add one more. And you were saying the 4s?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, I think most of us are having the best enigmas on the 2s, 3s, and 4s, right? Although some people are running on the 5s, 6s, and 9s. I don't know. I haven't tested it up on the higher, 8s, 9s before. But somebody was in the chat yesterday or the day before, and they got an enigma on the 9s, and it played out pretty well.
Yeah, I think that was that a Lighten?
I'll admit my favorite place to run them is on the 1s, believe it or not.
Yeah, do you run level 4 though, so they're real strict?
Yeah, level 3s and 4s. My favorite place to run them is there, and the reason why is because of the risk reward.
Yeah,
I have a much tighter stop.
Yeah, that's true. The thing with the 1s for me during regular trading hours, it can get a little squirrely on me and sometimes freeze up the chart if it goes, if something happens like on big news or something and it just goes 1,000 bars per minute.
Yes.
That'll
That
hose
can
me
be-
up. So yeah, that's why I just don't run the 1s anymore. Okay, so now we're pushing into this shark. If we blow through this shark, if we break through the back of the top of the shark,
Harmonic
then my
NQ on
trade
the 3.
for my micros is looking really good.
I am long, just so you... Ooh, I am off. Here the cross, I'm out.
What was your entry on that?
My entry was... Let me turn on... My entry was a bounce off of the 50.
Yeah, I do that sometimes too. I mean, that's in the lower area of that middle zone, so it's almost,
It was in the mid. I mean, it was admittedly in the middle of the channel for me, but I have the benefit of looking at. Well, I mean, you can look at time and sales and see the same thing, but I was seeing basically the same thing through Market Pulse.
Yeah, and there it's gonna keep pushing too, and you got out already.
I'm all right. I saw an opposing signal then.
Yeah.
Alright, Jesse, so I've added in the 2s and the 4s, and I've added in enigmas on both of those only.
Did you set the on the 2s? What'd you set your level to? 3?
I think I got both of them set at, so let's go through that real quick.
So the way I do it on the enigmas is the lower the algo bar number, the higher the strength number I want to run the enigma
Alright.
at. That's just me though.
So I'm going to the 3s on the 2s, and on the 4s, I'm going to what? What do you recommend?
So I've never ran it on the 4s, so I don't know. We'll have to watch it. But on the 6s, I would run it on level 1.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. John, do you have any input on that? Probably a L2. I don't know.
Yeah, the lowest I would run an Enigma ever is an L2, just personally. That's my... I won't go to the L1s. You can run them.
You're gonna see a lot of them though.
You're
But
gonna
still,
see a lot more of them, and I like trying to eliminate
false signals, right?
false signals. Yeah.
But the thing is, you know, Vinny did something. I think it was on his stream today. He lowered his Enigma down to L1 because he waited till the price action came to the area where he was waiting for a signal. And if you play it that way, and if you're disciplined and you're waiting for price to come to you, I could see that being beneficial to having L1 Enigma.
Actually, that's a very good. Let me see what it looks like if I do that here. So let me reload my Ninja script and see if I would have gotten any Enigmas for on the 2s tonight. So you'd have probably gotten a continuation there. But yeah, pretty limited in the way of signals on the AB2s.
I'm not sure tonight's the greatest night to judge price with the price action that we've had.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna have to do long term on that. But if you're gonna use the bot panel, right, and enable it or run it, you know, enter next or enter continuous.
But you could do that when the channels turn green. Like you get your 2 channels green, you go ahead and just put it on arm long go.
Yeah, the problem is I don't want to take trades in the upper part of the channels though, even then. So
Right.
yeah,
But
so you are
in the lower part of the channel.
yeah. So it's still sideboard, you know, you're babysitting the robot.
Yeah, I mean you're still determining when you go and when you don't. But once your channels go green, then it's arm long. Once price gets down in the bottom third of it, it's enter continuous.
Yeah, or enter next, because I don't want to have multiple contracts on. I trade one contract at a time. I learned that.
Yeah, it depends upon what your strategy is today, right?
Yeah, and also your bankroll.
Correct.
Captain
But there may be a
Price.
case of where you have a double Enigma. I mean, you could manually enter as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, for
It's still
example,
going to fire. It just won't fire the trade at the same time.
exactly what Bob's doing right now. So he's loaded up the 2s and the 4s, but those are just going to be signals. He doesn't have the bot panel open for those.
Right.
I've actually opened up, I've added the 6s as well.
So may
Might
I
as
make,
well
make a suggestion, Bob?
Might as well go with the 5s too. Don't skip the 5s.
May I make a suggestion? And you actually change the color of the text?
That's a great idea. Thank you, John, because we were talking about that
Yeah.
yesterday.
So that way you know which
one's
it's
which.
firing on which
Yeah, no,
instrument.
that's great, John. Thank you so much. Because we were actually talking
Yeah.
about that yesterday. How will we know the difference? So yellow
Yeah.
on the 3s, power number is going to be navy on the
Because I
2s.
used to run multiple Enigma sets off of a single data series, but I would run level 2s and level 3s. Actually, there was a version that had 6 different levels of Enigma. And I would, depending upon the level, it would fire a different color, so I knew what was
Yeah.
important to me.
More important in that scenario. In Bob's scenario, though, it will. You'll hear it. It'll say on the 2s, on the 4s. So that's unless you got the algo voice turned off.
I'm actually
yeah.
liking this, so we're gonna.
Yeah, that's a great idea, John. And if your chart stays stable, Bob, let me know. But by end of day tomorrow, I'm gonna do it. If yours stays nice and stable.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to turn as. I don't want to have a bunch of sound on. The only sounds I want to have are the sounds that are of great significance. So most of my sounds are relative to the 89 range, the MACV, and the 20 in the wave.
Yeah.
So the tide, the wave, and the MACV. On the Ripple charts, I don't really have any sound on, I don't think.
That's a great idea because if you hear fib dot, you know it's something big. If you hear whatever, any of them, anything happens, if you hear it, you know it's big because it's happening on the big charts.
Correct.
That's really brilliant.
Okay, I missed that last piece of
Harmonic NQ on the
information there,
3.
John. What were you saying?
So I have like all the sounds on my, and it, you know, someone like Vinny might tell me that I'm wrong, and I would have to defer to him, right? But I've turned off all the sounds
Harmonic
pretty much on
NQ
my
on the
ripple
3.
charts, but I have my sounds on my Mac V, so the Tide Wave and Mac V charts. So that way, if I hear a signal, I know it's coming from a place of greater importance in the overall picture.
I got you.
So if I hear a fib dot pop, I know it's of greater significance to me.
That's a great idea. Okay. So I'm looking at this 50 cent. I'm waiting for it to retrace down to its 50% mark, but I'm also thinking by the time it retraces, it's going to hit this cipher. I'm showing a bunch of liquidity at the 96 and the 94 range. So
I'm going to pass on that cipher.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree because I'm seeing lower liquidity there. But I think that if it gets down to the blue bars, I might go ahead and pop it and take one contract long.
Now that's a double cipher, but the fact that the body of them are the same size, it's a little questionable. If one was larger, that might be more significant. Am I wrong?
I don't think so. It's measuring based off of.
I'm seeing liquidity fall. I'm changing my mind now. I'm not liking that cipher right now. You might get the pullback to T1, which is about 3 points, and that's great, but that's only 12 ticks.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
So we got one ready up there.
Get a ready up right there, though.
Yeah, I'm going in. I'm long. I think we're going to bounce from here.
I think you're going to have a little bit more of a pullback.
Yeah, you might be right. I'm going to tuck my stop up there. Just underneath the channel on the 3s, right underneath that cipher.
I'm waiting. I think I'm going to wait for it to pull back to the bottom of the range.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. I'm going to move my stop down there, and then I'll add to it if we get down there. But I'm going to keep the stop nice and tight down there.
There you go.
It's 29 ticks, so that's not bad. 30 ticks. So I'm at a 30 tick stop, and I'll DCA into this thing once. Actually, I might get out if we totally blow through the cipher.
Harmonic NQ on the 6.
I'd still like to see a little bit more. It's going to break that structure.
I'm going to try to get out of here gracefully if I can.
Are you short or
Did you
long?
go short?
I went long.
Yeah, it's bouncing a little bit out of those double ciphers.
I wanted to see a little bit more of a pullback.
Yeah, the problem I have with that for going long is that any more of a pullback and the channel is going to start flattening out. And then for me personally, that's kind of trade off.
Right. No, I get it, man. I get it. I'm just looking at how liquidity is shaping up on my other charts.
See, I don't have visibility to that part of it. You're right.
So I'm looking at the 44s and I'm thinking, okay, we're right up against the 200.
If we break down from below 100, I'm out.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm going to keep my stop down below this range, though, that we've been in.
Yeah.
So, by the way, somebody just said the 44s. Is that the range I need to be on this week?
Yes, it's the 44 is the optimized range.
Changing it now. 44R, enter. Okay, I'm on the 44s.
So, John, I went ahead and changed the colors. I don't remember the colors. I got to write that down. So the Enigma, the 2s, the E2 is blue. yellow, and I think I did an orange, and I think I did a green. I'm going to double check this real quick. Well, I'm going to wait for this trade to mature.
Come on, push up.
I won't lie, I just exited. It
Where-
gave me
where-
a chance to get out of it, and I took it.
Where's T1 off of these ciphers, by the way?
You're almost there. T1 on those ciphers is 104.50.
Okay, what's T2?
T2 is way the hell up there at the red bar of 115-ish. Oh,
Okay.
no, yeah, that's T1, but don't forget you got a volume bar at 106. You got a resistance at 106 and a quarter. I can tell you, looking at my other liquidity charts, that it's clear all the way up to about 110.
Okay, I'm gonna try to hold this. I'm gonna let my trailing stop take it because it'll probably get up to 110 and then stop me out. So I'm gonna let it roll.
Yeah, I just felt like I kind of FOMO'd into that trade, so it let me out with $5 of profit.
There you go.
It may work out. I just
Oh, what the hell am I doing here? Hold on a second. Okay, I had my computer muted, so this whole time so far I've been on with you guys, I haven't been listening to the audio box.
Oh, man.
I mean, I've only taken 2 trades, so
Yeah, but you're up. You're having a great night.
yeah. So
Hey Bob,
Yes.
if you peek over at my charts,
Yes.
I will zoom in. I'm assuming I'm still sharing my screen with you.
Yeah, I'm looking. It's tiny because I can't change it. If I change that, it's
5-minute red.
Oh wow.
Well,
look
okay,
at
what
that.
do I need to be? What share with me? Do I need to get out of this? I'm up $70.
No, and that would indicate that
Yeah.
it is the first touch of the 21 SMA on a 5-minute chart.
Was that Mr. Anderson?
That is Mr. Anderson.
All right, now it's dropping on me.
Yeah.
Come on, push up.
It's just testing back the 9 EMA right now.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, it pushed up past T1 of the ciphers, so but now it's dropping, so I don't know what to do. Huh?
You've got
I mean, my
liquidity
stop
building
would
at
be-
about 108.
My stop would be like 98.50, and
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like
Yeah,
I'm yelling
maybe.
here trying to make my mic work. I hope I'm not just coming across too hot.
I don't know. I had to tone you down on my end, so you're
Yeah,
good.
I just muted so I can turn up the stream, and you're barely coming through on the stream. So yeah, we got to get that fixed tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you guys if you guys keep having me as a guest on the show, I'm gonna go out and get a professional, like a Shure mic or something like
Then
that.
go ahead and get it. 'cause
Or you can or you can just trash that Windows laptop you have and go get yourself a MacBook Pro like myself.
The problem is when I listen back to the streams, it's almost like Bob has a de-esser filter turned on my voice. I do not sound normal on there.
Nor do I.
Look, you never
So
sound. You always sound. It's funny because you never sound the same. I've been in audio for a long time, and got some pretty cool stories to boot. But I'm here to tell you, in studios, when I used to work at C Saint Recording Studios in New Orleans, it took a lot to get used to because you're listening to yourself talk. And then you hear it play back, and it's always different. And you're like, is that what I really sound like? And everybody says, yeah, that's exactly what you sound like. No shit.
Yeah, I should have got out of this when I was up $80 in profit.
Always
I think I'm gonna
be
look.
closing. I think you're gonna revisit
Yeah.
that.
I think I'm gonna gracefully exit if it gets back up to break even. I think I'm gonna ditch it. I think we're gonna head down now at this point. I'm not liking this. We're really starting to flatten out right across this range.
Well, I never
I don't
got the entry
necessarily
I
look
was
at-
looking for, so there's that.
Yeah. Let's see if you. I mean, technically, we broke structure. I mean,
Technically,
Well,
one
if you
tick.
look, if I'm
one
looking
tick
at
is a break.
yeah, if I'm looking across this range we've been in, these lows are they're higher lows all the way across.
They are.
So if this doesn't break that previous low, then I might stick it out and see where it goes. But if it breaks that, I gotta be out.
Uh-huh.
In my opinion. So fingers on the close hotkey.
Oh, we get a little push.
Oh boy, come on, push.
I'm thinking you're gonna get back up to 110.
Is this a leg of hope?
But I am hearing sellers on the ES, but I'm not hearing them on the NQ.
Minus 30 on market pulse, minus 67, minus 56. And a crab appears below us.
And above you.
Yeah, but and above. But I also heard thumping on Audiobox with 0 movement, which means they bought it up immediately.
Right.
Correct.
So that's support. I mean, I like that. Could have been just one contract, but. Uh-oh.
No, it's still not going down. I'm seeing liquidity build up. Well, there it goes.
Oh.
I'm just gonna shut up here.
Yeah, it technically broke. It broke 2 things. It broke structure by a tick or 2, and it broke the bottom of that cipher. Both ciphers.
Let's see what we look like on a tick chart.
But I'm watching time and sales, and I just got a bright green. So that means somebody jumped the ass.
Yeah, it's going up.
Okay, here we.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw that happen on the time and sales. I'll show you guys that next time you share my screen. How I use the time and sales in my market analyzer.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I'm watching the time and sale. Oh, there's more bright green. Okay, we're gonna push a little bit here. Come on.
He never listens
Come
to
on.
me. Nobody ever listens to me.
I listen to you. I listen. Oh, there's a lot of bright green right there. Okay, let's do it.
I'm not so sure I wouldn't get out at 108, but I think by that time you're gonna have taken your ATM will have kicked in. Seeing a lot of liquidity forming at 108, 108.50.
Oh, selling orders?
Yeah. 107.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
coming down to 107.
Yeah, it's gonna push us down. They're trying to push it down.
It's fading away. I think that's the algos messing with you because I'm also seeing it build at 113. I think it's trying to. I think it's trying to lure it up.
How's it look below me, like 100 area?
So you got liquidity down there at 98, and they keep pushing that up.
Okay. All right. I'm $25 in profit right now, so there's 30. Captain price is flat.
John, did you look at your tick charts?
Yeah, it's not really going anywhere, which...
Yeah, I kind of figured it was probably rather flat.
Yeah, I mean, price is not really... We came off the lows, and price really is not. Yeah, we had that push up. I mean, at some point, I expect a larger push long.
Yeah,
I
I
would
do
think.
too.
I just saw some bright pink come across the time it sells.
All right, so I'm looking at
Oh,
it gapping
oh.
up. You're at 104 now.
Yeah, 104.
I don't know if I'm sharing my screen in the WebEx.
You are.
But if
I see
do, okay, I just brought that over so that way I can share what.
Yeah. You may want to make that bigger, John, so that he can see it.
Yeah.
I mean, everything
I
I've
have
been
to-
saying is probably. I'm hoping everything I'm saying is right in line with what you're seeing. So my bid ask is jumping up to 105, 106.
Okay. Yeah, it's pushing a little bit here.
There you go. Hearing
Yeah,
buyers.
here's the push.
There we go.
I'm hearing buyers.
And Market Pulse says it's buyers, more buyers.
So
Okay.
108 just
90,
opened
90.
up. They pulled that liquidity out at 108.
We pushed it to 112.
Okay, at 112, my ATM will kick in. Here it goes. Here it goes. My ATM should pull any second now. I'm $120 in profit.
You should be.
There it goes.
There you go.
I'm safe. I'm safe now. Woohoo! Cha-ching!
Great trade, buddy.
Order filled.
And
All
there
right.
it goes. Great trade.
Great trade.
And see,
So
that's the importance of using all the tools that you have available to you. Look at taking the whole chessboard, taking everything that's on the chessboard and use it to your advantage.
yeah.
I mean, you basically
So-
stalked that target.
Yeah, for sure. And I waited for the price to come to where I wanted it to come to before I got in on it.
Yep.
Excellent trade.
That's the key. That's the key. I was trying to talk to Order Flow about that earlier in the chat when he asked about that. Or he or she, I don't know. So right now I'm up 217 on those micro trades. I'm not going to pull them yet. Altogether, P&L is 452 at this very moment.
That's awesome.
Yep, times 20 accounts.
Hey, John, you may want to give him an expanded view. I'm seeing liquidity up at the 130 mark.
Are you still in that trade?
Oh, no. It pulled back more than 6 ticks. It took me out right at the top of that move.
Yeah, there's liquidity all the way up to.
I see it up at 150, some at 160.
Yeah, what I'd like to see is it pull back down into that third channel again, and then maybe we get an Enigma on Bob's charts now that he's got like 3 or 4 different data series loaded up.
Okay, I'm seeing liquidity down at 20,000, and I'm seeing liquidity at almost 300. John, are you seeing the same?
Yeah, but
300's way up there.
300 is way up there, and I don't anticipate. I mean, if you just look at the range we've had tonight, I'm not making the same mistake I made last night where I busted out my trade last night, which we went over that at the very beginning of the stream. That was an idiot move on my part after it. As soon as we ended the stream, I started doing the actual analysis of it. I'm like, boy, this is going to suck.
All right. Great trade there, Jesse.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That was worth 4,000 across all 20 accounts, right?
No, that was $125. So
Okay.
that would be
2,500.
yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, this I'm feeling like we're just gonna range right here all the way to London.
It is Monday.
Yeah, the day before our elections too. So tomorrow is probably going to go nuts.
I think tomorrow is going to be crazy, and I think tomorrow night you're gonna see a lot of volatility. I believe we're gonna see a lot of volatility tomorrow night.
Yeah, as soon as the polls start closing in some of the eastern states, I think we're gonna see the market start ripping all over the place. Although I don't know, because I wasn't trading the futures on the last. Actually, I was. I think I sat it out.
I was intrigued by seeing liquidity up at 300, and I was more intrigued by seeing liquidity down at 20,000. So not as low as I was expecting to see bailout recovery, but a lot higher. I think people are expecting a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, what that tells me is that the bigger players are not expecting much movement tonight, because those two targets are pretty far away from where we're at.
Agreed. We're still chopping around in my overnight open range, about dead center. So it's pulled down.
Now, we did just get a green dot on the 44 range.
I did not.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. It's a really small one, though. I mean, the pattern,
Understand.
But, even if it goes up another bar, that's 44 ticks.
Correct.
So the MACVU tells us we are in strong buy territory.
Okay.
We're right in the middle of the fiddle on the 9s.
Yeah, I was going to say that the MACV, we're like right on there, 0.17.
Yeah.
That's all right. The thing is we haven't expanded the range long at all tonight. So
No.
with that in mind, with the new fresh dot, I'm going to get a little gamblish here.
You're going to go crazy.
I'm going to go crazy with a couple micros real quick. Long. And I am going to push. My stop's going right behind the dot. I know I should not play off of the 44s, but I am doing it with micros. I'm not doing it with minis. And I am pushing my target all the way up, taking one target to the high of the day and one target right into the crab. And let's see what happens.
All right.
Now, I'll admit the ropes are pointed against me on the lower time frame, but
Well, the 200's pretty flat on the lower time frame, right?
yeah, and I'm in profit already, so we'll just...
Yeah, it's picking up a little bit here. Oh.
So admittedly, I've got 3 micros on. A little risky, but not crazy. One with the Jesse James or spare ribs. The only thing I like about this is the fact that we haven't tried to expand the range long at all tonight. Right. So
now I'm showing you my volume profile chart for the NQ, and you can see we've had a range of 90.25 points. Right now we're back down into the lower, about the lower quarter of the overnight range, my open range. And while you were gone, John, I was talking about how we've seen We've seen it come down. It's tested that, it hit that spot. Now we're coming back up. I'm actually looking at the top of the box at 131. I'm liking the volume profile out there at the 130. There's a minus development area here at 142. I'm also liking to go back and test the 169, which is the previous day volume area high. And then the next target, you got prior high up here at 246 and at 260 or 254.50. So those are the things that I'm thinking about when you start talking about you're going long.
Yeah, you know that the value area high is also a minus development area, so that's a double dinger there.
Say that again.
Oh, I was watching the stream and I think you just switched screens because it's delayed, but I think the value area high area was also a minus development area.
It is. It is.
It is.
So that 169 is a volume. Let me pull this forward a little bit here. I'll bring the chart, the histogram up, but you can see that you got right here. You got a nice little minus development area, right in this area right there.
Yeah.
So I'm setting my charts up because I'd like to be able to do the minis as well. I mean the micros long as well.
So, I don't know. So Bob, are you on this? What's it called? The WebEx call on your phone also, or just your microphone that you're also using for the stream?
So I'm not on the WebEx. I'm not using anything on the WebEx. Although it says I am. It says I'm on there.
Nope. Yeah, you definitely are, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to hear you on the WebEx call.
So I've also got it going through my OBS.
So there's something wrong with your settings in OBS then, because on the call, on the WebEx, and also on the Google Meets, whichever one we use, you sound perfectly fine.
Okay.
So it's the feed into OBS is where something's funky.
Well, we need to look at that because it's the video feed is also not very good as well coming from WebEx. I'd like to, and Captain Price made a few points about that earlier. Mike has volunteered to work with me. He says he can make my microphone sound so much better by making adjustments on OBS. So I agree with you. I just don't know. While I was in the sound engineering world, that was way back in the. I'm ashamed to say it, but it was way back in the early '80s. So the technology is changed. It's left me behind. So I don't know how to make all those setting moves, but we will get into it. But more importantly, I had to have something that I don't. I'm trying to think of. It was Rush Limbaugh one time who duct taped a set of headphones to his head with a microphone, and that's literally that's how I feel right now.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that you don't need a new mic, but also I don't think that mic is the problem because you sound perfect on the call. So my fear is you run out and get yourself a fancy mic, plug it in,
and it's still the same issue.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm going to work on that. I'd really like to stick with the headphones, and that's not true. I'd really like to get a freestanding mic because with the headphones on, it's hard to hear you guys. Harder.
Yeah, the problem with a standard microphone is that it's going to be in the way of seeing your monitors and your charts. So if you want to go that route, you're going to have to get one of those long arms that you can kind of bring up over your monitor and hang down from the top or something.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Just another gadget to tinker with.
I don't know here. I I think we've seen all the action we're going to see until London opens up. And I think London could be pretty explosive because they're going to be hedging all their bets on our elections and stuff.
So, what time does London open now with the time change?
That's a good question. I do not know. So it should be 1 hour sooner because I think.
I think so.
So it used to open at 3 a.m. right?
Yes.
So it should be 2 a.m. our time.
Which is 11 a.m. your time. I mean 11 p.m. your time. No. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've tried numerous times to make it to the London session, which my time's only midnight, right? And I can't do it. I always crash out right at the tail end. I get 15 minutes out, and then I wake up in the morning.
I can't tell you how many times John and I would start talking to each other, trading at like 6, 7 o'clock at night. All right, we're only going to 9 o'clock. Okay, we're only going to 10 o'clock. Okay, 11 o'clock.
And then you realize it's the open of the New York session in an hour.
Yeah.
Wow. So you guys have actually live traded the London session then?
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Bob watched me lose a lot of money one night in oil. You remember that trade,
Yeah.
Bob? Price in oil was just stalled out. They rug pull the market. The candle shoots 50 ticks in both directions, and then it runs to my target.
Oh, bummer.
It was fantastic.
He is being very sarcastic.
It was fantastic. If it would have just hit the target before it hit my stop, it would have been a wonderful trade. Bob, I'm not feeling good about my position here. I won't
Well, it's
lie.
micros.
I know.
I think we're going to get that rotation up. We've already been there. Well, not tonight, but I mean, if you look at the 89s, we've been up there. What time was that? 11. I guess that was 11 a.m. this morning.
John, I can tell you what I normally tell you. You can get out, minimize your losses, and get in at a better time.
Viv.NQ on the 3.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm going to hold it.
And I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, you know what's funny? A couple weeks ago, I put on 3 micro contracts. I was going for a range rotation, right? So I was targeting along up to the high that high of the candle bodies from earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm.
3 micros. I go to sleep. I wake up in the morning. It hit, and I was up like $386. And that was the first time I ever did that, an overnight trade with micros like that. And I was like, "This is sweet." So I did the same thing the next night, and it went down, and I lost the same amount.
Oh, jeez.
I told myself I'm not going to do that anymore.
I did them with minis once. That was no fun. So I ended up sleeping with one eye open the entire time. That was no fun.
Yeah, I imagine.
But yeah, micros, we haven't opened up outside of value very often in the last week. It doesn't feel like.
John, are you paying attention?
But
to
yeah,
your
I'll
liquidity?
target value very low.
I have a feeling. So we've got 14 viewers right now, and I have a feeling people actually put us on their iPads and their iPhones and stuff and fall asleep listening to us talk and trade.
Those poor souls.
Hey, man, what I can dig is we got 15 likes.
There we go.
Yeah, if there's anybody listening, hit that like button.
Yeah, I mean, we're not, we've given away some, what I feel like are some pretty good nuggets of information. Not claiming them as our own, right?
No, never.
But there's been some good information exchanged. It's interesting and it's awesome to see people like Johnny talk about, hey, I used some of the stuff out that we picked up, out of the conversations we had in previous streams to enhance their P&L on today. So that's awesome. That's good to see. That's what this is all about.
That's right. No,
It's
I
a
think
different
there's.
way. I mean, I saw Benny's stream today. I didn't get to watch it. But probably the first 5 minutes of it.
I wonder if
But
that was from
definitely.
Mentorship Monday.
What's that?
Yeah. Yeah, it was Mentorship Monday, and I was at work, so I watched the whole. I'm sorry, I had the whole stream on, but I had to step out, take phone calls, and do my support duties at work. But I caught most of it. It was a good stream.
That's awesome.
I can't remember. I think he ended up right at 8K. I can't remember if it was 8K or 10K.
That is so incredible.
And he was trading the YM.
That is so incredible.
Yeah. So.
I missed my entry. Damn it. Oh. I was waiting for it to come back, hit the second blue bar.
I won't lie, I added on.
Oh man, we touched the Bollinger Bands. We hit the green bar.
That's exactly. I saw the Bollinger Band touch.
Oh, I missed that. Oh.
But I don't know if you really missed because it created a. It created a new low.
Yeah.
There. It's lower than all the previous lows there, so.
So this could be
anything.
Yeah, this could be the start of the rollover here.
Correct.
And if we drop out, we're most likely going to go all the way down to the low of the session.
Correct. I am trying to just be able to create a position that I can get myself out of a couple of these. That's all I'm trying to do.
You might get saved by that previous Bollinger Band touch on the 9s at about, what was that?
That's exactly what, because we cracked the dot on the 44s.
Yeah, so this market might not drop all the way out. It might bounce at 61.
All right, guys, I got to take a break. I'll be right back. I got animal duty since my son is not here.
Yep.
And I'll be
You're
back
good.
in about 5 minutes.
All right.
John, I'm going to hang out till 9 o'clock. I mean, it's 9 o'clock, midnight tonight, and then I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for not. Yeah, go ahead. We'll talk about it after you get back.
All right, bye.
I feel like I've heard this before.
Let's.
Every night. I'm going to go at midnight. Sure, but
No, I am done. I will tell you this now. I have no problem going to sleep on stream. I will pull a Saturday night on. You don't even get to get a good night out of me. It's an Irish goodbye. I just fall asleep.
Yeah, that's what happened to you last night, right?
Yeah, Saturday night. That's what I did.
Oh, Saturday night. Was it Saturday?
Saturday night.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd been up for 21 hours at that point. I mean, you guys were, deep in sleep, and I was pulling a boat 2 hours down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, we left Saturday morning at 4 a.m., so little bold move. Not exactly thrilled. I'm gonna see what it does at this. I'm watching the 44 pretty closely. I want to see what it does at the 50. If it just comes crashing through the 50, I am done. I mean, I should be done now because it broke the back of that fib dot, but we'll just wait and see what it does there.
The 50 on the 44 range?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm watching that. Yeah, it rejected off the back of that fib dot and rejected off the 50, so let's see. Well, it's pushing up. Let's see if it makes a higher high right here.
That's admittedly what we have to have.
Yeah.
has to push through these moving averages. If it does not, moving averages on the lower time frame.
Yeah.
If it does not, we are rolling over, and you can almost press the reverse button on this trade, which would be a surefire sign that to go long.
Yeah,
As soon as I
exactly.
press the reverse button
Yeah,
and head short at that point, then it's going long.
exactly. Yep. Every time. I don't even, I pretend that button doesn't exist because every time I've used it in the past, it bites me.
It is right at max pain is what that button is. That should be the max pain button.
Yeah. I think the only thing you should use that for is if you're playing a tight range like this, you got one contract on with, say at the bottom and you're long.
Mm-hmm.
You have no targets and no stops. You're just manually reversing at the top of the range and at the bottom of the range.
Yes.
And even that's super dangerous. I wouldn't do it.
There are people that play them though.
Yeah, just ping pong right up and down the channel.
Well, if I were to do that, I would do it by staging orders.
Yeah.
I would not do it by pressing buttons.
Yeah. So
and at that point, then it's a better.
I'm watching the time and sales trend indicator that you can put in the market analyzer. I love that thing. And so I'm seeing a little bit of red, pink sliver, a little bit more red. So right now, there's more sell orders than there are buy orders right now. So it's not looking good right here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it through Market Pulse, and it is definitely very similar in that regard. I have my point where I will exit, and I have no problem doing it.
Yeah.
This was a shot in the dark. I knew when I took it, and I'm okay with that. I'll take the risk for larger returns, but I will manage my risk. And I still like it climbing up there at some point.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, really, if you look at the nines, right?
Buyers are starting to step in now.
Yeah, they are. I see that. Yeah. So the channel on the nines, like we're just at the bottom of the channel. So
Yeah, that's we're not in a bad spot there.
I mean, if we were going to play a continuation, like we were just talking about ping ponging off the bottom and the top of the channel, this would be where you'd be getting in anyways. So let's see.
I think you've got a rundown based on what I'm seeing. 85. At 85, I'm going to add in a little bit more.
Are you trading micros or minis?
Micros.
Okay, good.
I wouldn't take any significant risk with minis. Oh.
Yeah, that was a little drop out there.
Yeah, the challenge I'm seeing is I actually see a lot of liquidity south.
Yeah, the question is that going to draw it, like a magnet to it, or is it going to run away from it?
Well, we haven't touched prior low.
I'm talking about the recent low right here on the right.
Yeah, the prior low of the day.
Oh.
From yesterday. Which would be down near S1. And I hear the door knockers showing up.
Yeah, those micros that I put on a long time ago are sitting at. So I got 2 micros on. They're up $153 right now.
Yep.
They were up to like 236, I think, was the high water mark I saw. I probably should have pulled one off. I don't know. I'm still thinking. I still like that area I'm targeting up there at like 174 ish.
I'm trying to see.
Top of all those, the body of those candles on the 89.
Problem I'm running into now is actually liquidity long is, other than 287.50, 291. We know what that is. That's your body of the candles from. That's someone trying to play up to the body of the candles from Friday,
Let me find that on my chart.
Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I see that. That's the high of yeah. Well, that would be 280.
Got liquidity down to 275. I don't believe the 75. I don't believe the 50. There's liquidity at 20,000. 975, 950. 937.50 has some liquidity. 928. I would believe that number as well. Okay, so they pulled the liquidity that was there at 850, which was
Fib.NQ on the 3.
handful. We got a lot at 800 now. A lot at, there's 100 contracts at 700 still. Okay. And somebody bought the bottom of that.
Yeah, and that's a blue fib dot right there too. So that's a.
It's a good old one tick wonder play there. One tick below the the lowest low in that channel.
I mean, that's a pretty small little channel, or what am I trying to say? The body of that fib dot is pretty small, so.
Yep.
I don't know a ton about targeting on those, but I think we're at the target of it already, right? I would guess.
I have no idea. No idea.
I've just always played the fib dots, like tried to play them back up towards the highest point of the body of the fib dot, of the pattern of the dot.
I've never played the dots in and of themselves.
No, me neither. But it was right at the top of that diamond.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And it's in the lower third of my channel regulator, right? So it's a signal right in the spot I like to take trades, but it's not a very long fib dot.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I'm not sure what the move you would want to expect coming out of that type of a fib dot would be. I need to do a little more research in that, because you know how I was talking about I want to start playing the bodies of the harmonics instead of just targeting PRZs.
Right.
But I want to only play the big ones. Yep. So it's kind of similar to me. I usually only play the fib dots where the lightning bolt running into the fib dot is a big long one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know whether or not, technically speaking, if that means that the move coming out of it should be long also. I assume so.
Well, there's some confluence with Elliott wave, right? That's why they call it a fib Elliott dot, right?
Yeah. So it's a Fibonacci level that hits right on an Elliott wave, but I believe the lines leading into the dot are the so that would be the Fibonacci, like the ABCD pattern that's drawn out. Right. So that's a tiny little one. So coming out of that fib dot, what are you looking for? 68%? Or I don't know.
I wouldn't know.
It'd be fun to kind of draw that ABC pattern and see where the target would be. Probably just right at the top, or I don't know.
No idea, sir. I have not studied the dots.
What's the hotkey to do a fib? To draw a fib? Is it
fib retracement or extension?
Extension.
Extension, give me a sec, I'll tell you. It is Fib Extension's F9.
Control F9?
No, just F9.
Oh, just F9. All right, let me draw it.
Retracements are F8.
Okay, yeah, I think it's F8. Let me try this. First
Yeah.
time ever. This is my first time ever drawing one of these. Oh, I see. No, I want to do the F9.
F9, yeah.
So if we draw it from here to here to here, yeah, it's pretty small. So
Yes. It's not worth my attention. The harmonic stuff there just fascinated me once I started diving into them. Like, truly diving in.
yeah, me too. That's what led me to Algobox for sure. Oh, look at that green dot on the 9s.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Give
So,
me a savior, please.
Yeah, let me draw the fib on that.
If it cracks in that dot, then I'm in trouble. So I'm going to move my stops up right behind that dot. Because if it cracks 9, it doesn't matter. It's coming.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not very good at these things. I need to do some more studying on drawing these retracements. You know how when Mike does it, he when he marks off the ABCD patterns,
Mm-hmm.
I need to learn how to do that.
I always struggle with which high do you pick, which low do you pick, and then which time frame are you looking at it off of.
Mhm.
You know who would be good at it? Captain Price. He should give us a class one night.
Yeah, Captain, if you're still listening in, you didn't fall asleep. You should give us a class on that one night.
He's going to sleep. I'll exit all because I'm going to sleep now.
Oh, he did go to sleep on us. All right. I was wondering why the chat was so quiet.
So my stop is behind the dot. And we will just hold on the MACV. Why do I
Yeah.
feel like this is going to come down, tag net 50 on the 44, and then take off?
That's
Take
exactly
up to
what
that
I'm thinking.
all the way up to that cipher on the 44.
Probably so.
Yeah, I'm
Right
looking
after it
for a
takes you
retracement
out.
down to the diamond or the butterfly or the crab.
Well, there it goes. It's ripping up for you.
Just need a little bit more.
It just needed that power dot on the 9s.
This could be another case of you're a little ready up at the bottom of your channel.
Yeah, channel turned red though.
My channel did turn red. It is dead flat.
Yep.
It is dead flat.
Have you guys traded futures through a presidential election? And if so, do you remember 4 years ago what happened during the London session on the night before the election?
I did not trade futures at that point. I've only traded futures for 18 months. And so I would have no idea.
Yeah, it's funny because earlier I was talking about that and I started to say I didn't trade futures back then, but then I said, oh yeah, I did, but I actually don't think I did. I was trading stocks at that time.
Yeah.
So
I was trading individual stocks and ETFs. I guess I was trading 4x at one point in time during the Obama election, but I don't remember how the money pairs changed.
If anybody was interested and wanted to do some homework, you could pull up.
Benny has a video on it. Do you mind linking? Do you mind? You can't.
He can email me.
Email it to Bob.
Yeah, you could also pull up on one. Somebody can pull up on their charts, like a monthly chart or a daily or something, and go back a year.
Let me go see if I can find it real quick, guys.
I'm curious what the ATR was that night.
All right, so if I go to
Look at November. What would it be? November 4th of.
It's the first Tuesday of November.
Yeah, 4 years ago. That was a nice little rip, and I'm thinking if you look on the nines, the legs of that fib dot, right? Look how long they are.
Yep.
all right,
So what I'm thinking is, I think off a fib dot, you should be looking to target the same length of the legs that fed into it. One of the legs, not both of them. Or maybe it's like a target 1, target 2 scenario, like on the harmonics.
I wonder if you could target 2011, 25, so kind of the impulse leg end.
all right, guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so if you watch me right now, you'll see I'm going to take the low. I'm going to pull a fib extension to the high, and you can see we've already hit the 38.2 retracement. And if I come down to that 38.2 retracement, that extends us up right there to the 2012, the 112. Can you guys see this, or am I talking too fast?
Yeah, it's a little delayed, so hold on a sec.
Let me just refresh the stream because I think I'm...
Okay, so yeah, it takes you to the top of the leg that led into the dot.
So right now we are at almost a 61.8 retracement from the original rise off of that dot. So if I come back to here, our retracement is at 100% is at 108.30. But it keeps breaking the low. But let's go ahead and do something else. So if we pull a fib
Bollinger
retracement,
Bands are starting to expand down.
if we go from dot to dot and we come back up here to so right there you can see we had like somewhere around a 70% retracement. So that took us down to 95, which is pretty close to where we stopped. So that was a fully executed fib retracement, fib extension. So coming back in, we really may ought to look at coming all the way down here and pulling a fib off of that. Coming back up here, that gives us a 76.8, but an extension to 114. So I'm showing you this because you were saying you hadn't used your fib extension or retracement. So notice that mine looks a little different from what you were pulling up.
Yeah.
And that's because I went in and colored everything a little different. So
I gotcha.
you can customize your fib extensions and retracements. I'm still holding out. I want to see a 294, 290, because I think it's going to pop one more time.
2-finger NQ on the 44.
Okay.
There's a shark at the bottom of a range.
Yep.
Yeah, it dropped
Multi-time
into that
frame.
shark.
Harmonic NQ
Coming
on the
down to
3.
that diamond. I wanted to see 290. I'm thinking.
Yeah, if you break that shark, you're also breaking the green dot on the nines, and I think all bets are off, in my opinion.
You are correct. I have my stops behind the shark. And if we come through it, I'm going to get plowed, but that's all right. I don't like the fact that we didn't immediately push up.
I think it's going to pull back to that diamond. I think it's going to pull back to 88, actually.
I do like this shark, though.
I do like this
Fire
shark.
area. If I look left, this is in line with prior support.
Yep.
It
And
is
that's
a larger pattern.
That's a big shark too, which means T1 and T2 are probably pretty large.
T1 and T2 are fairly significant.
I just like to see you take out this liquidity at 87, John.
I wish you would stop talking that way, Bob. How about you just shut your mouth out? You can go get target 1, and then it can come to 87 all you want. Bob.
Did you guys see in the chat a little earlier, Lighton was asking about how to isolate OBS onto the non-performance cores? Vinny has a video on it.
Really?
Hell if I know, man. I haven't seen that. I'm sure Benny's got videos on almost damn near everything.
Yeah, he does. He's a pro at everything. I've never done any OBS or live streaming or anything like that. So, Lighton, if you're still here listening, I wouldn't know, unfortunately. Oh, and then he said I see it. So maybe he found it.
Come on, let's go.
Hey,
There we go.
I mean, Lighton, I found this. Is that the one?
No. Go. You dirty dog. Quit listening to Bob for once and
Bob.
just go long.
I want it to go long. I just want a better entry.
That's a pretty good entry that deep into that shark, if you're gonna do it. And now the channel's red, so I would never take this trade. But you do.
No, this is a silly trade, but I will admit, I see it as fairly sideways price action now. A slight downward. To me, this is, I mean, that trade, the risk reward on the shark itself is pretty, I mean, your stop on it is so tight to where your price entry could have been. I mean, it's a 10 tick stop for a 40 tick target.
So I've got a question. Because I still haven't turned on my actual harmonic patterns, I'm only looking at PRZs. What about the green cipher that we bounced out of over on the 89s? Where's the T1 and T2 off of that green cipher?
T1 would be all the way up, so you have actual
Harmonic
target
NQ on
kind
the
of
6.
confluence here around that.
That's what I'm getting at, because this shark might play into the T1s and T2s off that big the cipher on the 89s.
Correct. The only thing I would say is you actually broke the back of the cipher on the 89s.
That's true. That is true. And same goes for that green cipher down on the 44s too.
Correct. So I'm going to half off here. Because that part of that trade was just to get me. Okay, so now I'm back to just 2 contracts. Now I'm just 2 contracts. I'm actually in profit. It's a wild way to get there, but
Hey, did you guys see this from Ninja Trader that tomorrow after 5 p.m. Central Time through Wednesday, November 6th, margin requirements will start at 2 times their standard intraday rate.
I didn't see that from Ninja, but I got a similar email from AMP.
Yeah, so I'll pop it up here real quick.
That's actually pretty important for everyone to know if you're trading cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will not be trading any cash accounts. I'm trading. I think I'm gonna. If we get some wild action tomorrow night, I'm gonna be playing it as I'm watching the.
Tomorrow night's gonna be freaking fun.
Yeah, I love that kind of action.
So what I was gonna say is I actually kind of feel bad that we didn't hop on the other stream tonight.
I did.
Yeah,
I
with
went and said hi and gave him a like.
Okay, good.
So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of this. Starts at the
Asian Open tomorrow and goes through Wednesday.
Okay, good.
Bob, you're gonna get your 85 retracement here in a sec, buddy.
I was told to shut up.
You're fine now. I made it back to break even, so.
Thank God, because, you know, I just can't be quiet. It was killing me, man.
I was, I had to get 12 deep on it, but I did. I'm going to close out right now. I had to get 12 deep on it, but
Dude, I hear
it's
you.
going to go through. Watch this. Watch this. It's going to freaking go.
I mean, that's a pretty big shark.
It's a big shark. It meets all my criteria. I just, the other pictures that I have tell me cut your losses.
You're seeing
Yeah,
what
like
I'm
the
seeing,
channel-
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you can't hear it because I'm assuming you can't hear the door knocking, can you?
No, we can't hear that through the.
That is so funny that WebEx blocks that out.
So on the time and sales, though, I'm seeing some bright greens, which means people bought the ass.
Here, now you should be able to hear it. I think I figured out how to turn that back on. Can you hear the door knocking now?
No. Oh, there's bright pink in the time and sales. They're selling the bid.
Yeah.
They're hitting the bid.
Yeah, I got out. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I
Now-
think this is going to roll over a bit. Now, how far does it go? Probably the lower diamond on the nines.
That's what I'm
'Cause
waiting
that
for.
would be. It might reject right before that, though, at that blue support level, which lines up with
You
that
just
previous,
broke.
the previous Bollinger Band touch over there on the nines.
So we got a 2-finger salute on the 44s headed down.
Yep.
Bouncing south of the 50, bouncing off the 50, headed south on the 89s. We broke the dot on the 9s. There's 2 harmonics forming on the 9s. One of which I'm sure is this diamond over here, around the 287 mark.
Yeah. Yep, that's that same one.
I'm really surprised John's not playing this short.
Yeah, I think he is.
What?
Why would you be surprised that I am short? As soon as we broke structure, I was short.
Okay.
Now, does it work out in my favor? Probably not, because we're range bound and, well,
It's going. It feels like it's gonna go. I'm watching the tape. It's all red and pink. So
yeah, no, I'm watching the liquidity action here, and I'm just trying to figure out where I want to place my next target. So I'm going to target that first PRZ, and Come on, push down. Push on down. I'm just gonna take a quick scalp out of this guy.
Is that
Instead of
on
being greedy.
minis or micros?
This is minis.
Yeah, that's a good scalp on minis.
This
might-
is minis.
It might bounce right here because we're right at that channel on the 9s.
Right at the channel on the 9s. We're right at the Bollinger Bands on the 9s. We're
And the channel on the 3s.
correct.
Divergence up NQ on
And the
the 9.
diamonds. There's a lot going on there. And now there's a divergence up.
There we go.
Harmonic
Target.
NQ on the 6.
Yeah, good job. Good trade. Oh, it's gonna run through stops.
Yeah, so I thought about placing one down at 181 and a quarter, or 281 and a quarter, excuse me. Just kind of front run some liquidity there, but with the night I've had, I didn't have a.
I'm seeing the firm up at 180, John.
Yeah, at 80. Yeah, I agree. I actually think this, if you smooth over to the MNQ, look at what's there. On Bookmap,
Yeah, I'm headed that way.
got
So on-
174 contracts at 2095.
On my MNQ chart, remember I'm running those Lux Algo support and resistance zones.
Yep.
We're right at the top of a green zone right now. We're bouncing off of it, so we're wicking off of it on the 30-minute candle. So I don't know how good that indicator is. I don't really use it other than just to have a quick visual aid of support and resistance areas, like loose areas.
But if you look, I mean, we've spent
Oh yeah, I see.
actually
It, John.
I see it,
from
John.
the 31st to the 1st to even today, you spent a lot of time dipping down into that area.
Yeah, a lot of time bouncing right out of this area.
Correct. So this is where, to me, this represents where the buyers. There's kind of where buyers live here. Now the question is can we absorb them all? And what happens? Are we just using this as liquidity to launch long? Or are we continuing to absorb all of this and then bust through them? And because if you break through 20,000, I'm just looking at charts.
Did you see Lighten's? By the way, did you see his comment when you mentioned you had 12 contracts? Those were micros.
Those are micros, buddy.
But still, that's still a little heavy.
That's 1.2 minis.
So I'm playing for bigger moves, Lighten. So
Yeah.
I'm playing for longer targets. To run a micro or to run a mini that long would be silly.
And to be fair, I believe he was playing against my channel, the way I play the channels, and so he had to dig himself out of a pretty bad position.
Yeah, he told me to STFU.
I entered in the middle of your channel. Dead smack in the middle was my initial position.
Gotcha.
I do like micros because I can use other instruments to hedge, and I can also DCA to get myself out of a poor trade.
The tape's showing a lot of buyers right here, but it's not moving the price up, which means we're doing a lot of absorbing.
Yep.
All I'm seeing is bright green, which means people are buying the ask. Oh, I'm sorry. The bright green on the way I have it set up, the bright green means people are paying more than the ask, so it's jumping over the ask. The dark green is the ask.
John, I will say we jumped at the bottom of the box.
Again. Yep.
Which box?
His open range for the overnight session.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so my micros, I have 2 micros on the NASDAQ I put on down at the low of the session. And they were at one point up, what was it, like $236 at one point?
Yeah.
Right now, that trade's sitting at $109. $109.
Hey, Light, you were asking about the CPU management thing. I think it was Quick CPU. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I don't use it. I don't tune my cores. Admittedly, I had more problems when I tried doing the core management piece. And admittedly, I work in high performance server environments. I had more issues when I did core tuning than when I just let it just run.
It's funny you mentioned that, John, because I have a 13900 KS.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first bought this computer, before I even started using it, the first thing I did was go in the BIOS, flash the latest firmware and all that, and then immediately start overclocking and ramping everything up. And I was having crashing issues left and right. And so when I went back in and reset everything back to defaults, completely stable, no problems, and it's fast as hell.
Yep. That was
So-
the exact same experience.
So sometimes tinkering can kind of make things worse, I think. Okay, so he says his OBS crashes his NinjaTrader. Oh, yes. Oh, I remember Vinny talking about this. He was having some issues with that too, so he set his OBS so that it would run off the parked cores instead of the high performance cores. Yeah, I believe he didn't use CPU core. He used the one you mentioned, John. What was that
Quick
again?
CPU or something like that. Give me a second. I'm pulling up my app.
Yeah. So NinjaTrader to the P
Quick
cores, OBS to the E cores. Yeah, that's what Vinny did, and it sounded like he had some good experience with that. So
Yeah, I just went back in and let Windows manage the performance, but I did set it to maximum performance in Windows and let it handle it, and I've had much fewer problems with stability issues than.
yeah, I will say when you install Algobox, you get a batch file that starts up NinjaTrader. The way it starts NinjaTrader is first it clears all the cache and stuff, and then it starts NinjaTrader in a high performance mode. And so what I did is I actually deleted my NinjaTrader icon off my desktop and replaced it with I wrote a slightly different version of that same batch file, put that on my desktop, and then I went into the properties and changed the icon to the NinjaTrader icon. And so every time I open NinjaTrader, it runs Ninja on high performance.
Yep.
And the reason I did that is because I noticed my darn Windows, I would go into the task manager and the NinjaTrader would be running on, it'd have the little green leaf next to it.
Yeah, the efficiency mode.
I'm like, what? I'm using this nonstop. Why is it even thinking to use it in efficiency mode? That's crazy. And so I think now, let me check it right now, actually. I think it doesn't do that anymore. Yeah, it doesn't have the little green leaves next to it anymore, so.
So, interesting find on a 30-minute NQ chart. There's a cipher PRZ above us.
Yeah, that's odd. I never really thought to run the harmonics on minute-based charts.
Yep.
Well, hopefully something goes up. I hope the price goes back up there because I left $100 on the table on this micro trade.
Yeah, I've got to think it goes up there at some point. It would be
Oh yeah, Lighton's got some good ideas.
Yeah, he
He made a
does.
batch file that turns off Defender.
So
don't
I
even-
just use group policy to kill Defender.
Yeah, I did that too. But you got to
So-
have the pro version of Windows to even have group policy. Now, I'm finding a lot of people have the home
Windows
version.
Home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only run Pro just because that more correlates to. Yeah. It's worth the extra $30.
Yeah, you can upgrade it. I think you can type in your start menu, just what's it called? Upgrade Windows, and it'll charge you right in the store. It charges you like $30, and it immediately, you can install it, and it just upgrades your version for you. It's super easy.
And it's worth it because the controls that you have and a business type. Yeah, it gives you a lot more granular control. So like in my trading workstation, there's no chance of Windows Defender actually doing anything. It's there, but it's completely disabled and it cannot be turned on.
Yeah, parts of it still run. The services still run, and you can't disable them, but they're not actually doing anything.
Correct.
In fact, if you look in your task manager, the anti-malware core service and executable, they run no matter what you do. I've permanently, completely removed all of Windows security off my system, and those two services are still there.
Yep. I mean, you could probably dive into the registry and unregister the service somehow, but it's probably just like anything else, then it'll re-add itself.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
on the next cumulative update.
Yeah, it does do that. Yeah, I've removed that stuff, and they come back every time you do an update. So, it's Microsoft trying to protect us from ourselves.
I mean, for the average user, it's perfectly acceptable.
Well, guys, it's 4 minutes till.
4 minutes to midnight.
I gotta
Perfect.
get some sleep.
I am completely okay with that, Pop.
All right.
I was going to suggest we probably need to rein ourselves in a little bit. Have some defined hours so that way Alighton and Captain Price and whoever else, our kind of core subscriber base, knows when they can find us and knows when we'll be on here. And unless Price is really going ape shit, like tomorrow night's gonna be a long one.
Yeah, I like on election night. I stay up all friggin' night till it's done. I love that stuff.
I do too. So, yeah, tomorrow night it'll definitely be. But yeah, we probably need to establish some core hours and get a little more regular with it. That way we can all actually still sleep.
For what it's worth, I always felt, so I watch Mike Schwartz all the time, and I always felt he kind of ends his streams too early. Now, I know his time, that's getting pretty late, but right around the time he ends his streams, the market always seems to start moving.
Right.
It does.
So if you guys are looking for specific times to put together like a more schedule, I think it needs to include that period of time after he ends his stream.
Correct. I think it needs to be kind of the first 45 minutes, hour of the Asians. I don't know. When did it move tonight? Let me look at it over tonight.
So we had the first 5 candles were red down. So the first 2.5 hours, it was down. We had a big move at the open, and we had a big move around 20:30, which is what, 8:30?
Okay, so that's right before Mike's stream starts.
Yeah. So then you had a big hit there.
So you run until Mike's stream, and then you kill it, and then you resume after his stream.
There you go. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think that's the answer. Now, he may adjust his start and end times because the Asian market now starts an hour earlier. So I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right,
And
guys.
also, I know we all work and stuff, but if we could somehow do the lunch hour, I know it's kind of boring trading, but it's better than this. It's better than the Asian session.
Yes, it is.
And Mike steps away for an hour. You know, it's a good time for us to step in and people have some folks to watch.
Yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
good with that. I just got to get through the next week, next few days. I've got a lot on my plate, and I can't guarantee any. I thought I'd be able to get on here at 2:30 today Eastern time, and I was just not able to do it. I mean, I know
Yeah,
John
no
was
problem.
busy too.
Yeah, I've got a busy week this week. As a matter of fact, Wednesday, I don't think I'm actually going to be able to trade at all.
Oh no.
So, damn customers.
I know. So Jesse, you better plan on being here with me on Wednesday, because I can't. I don't like doing this alone. Hey, we can get a Lighten on here too. Lighten has volunteered to step up to the mic. Is that right, Lighten?
Yeah. Oh, he said good night, I think. Well, maybe he's still with us. Yeah. But yes, you need to fill out your ballot. Get out there and vote for sure.
That's right.
Yep.
All right, Lighten. So let's regroup tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be on for probably the whole night tomorrow. I'd love. I can't. I want to see this. I want to see an election through. See how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be. I'm pretty sure I was only trading stocks back then, so I would have sat out. So this might be I'm pretty sure this is my first election year.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
playing the futures.
I'm gonna load up on caffeine, and I'm gonna load up on pizza, and I'm gonna carry it through. I'm gonna try to get a nap tomorrow afternoon before we start, because I'm thinking I really like to see what happens in London tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking the London session, we're going to make it till then, because the election results are going to take till then for us to know what's happening, I believe.
Yeah.
So I'm game. I'll be staying up all night with you guys.
All right, guys.
Perfect. All right, guys. Take care.
All right.
Thanks for watching,
we'll
everybody.
See you all tomorrow. Thanks for coming.